see. It doesn't show me at the moment. It just says preparing live
And we
Zoom.
are live.
Yeah, I see
Oh,
the live stream notification up there. I think it's going. My phone hasn't given me the little pop-up, but
it's live.
I think
Uh,
YouTube can see us. There we go. I got the
Anybody out there
notice.
watching
We
us?
definitely, yeah.
Press that thumbs up, subscribe if you have not. Um,
Hello, YouTube.
right. And we are here for the people.
Yeah.
Here you guys get to hear the juiciest of nothing. No, I'm kidding. And just be prepared for anything.
Anything.
Uh, you want to
So,
go first, Mark?
yeah, I could go first, or did you want to start with the Oakland PD and then I could
We
go
can.
into my thing, or either way, I think it
That
could
would be
work.
great. Uh, yeah.
Which would be great. Doing your,
I'm starting with the OPD article. But yeah,
yeah.
I'll read it out. It says OPD seizes 100 plus vehicles connected to illegal sideshow activity. Forgot my MacBook wasn't touchscreen. If you take part in illegal sideshows in Oakland and drive home thinking you're in the clear, think again. Just because you got away that night doesn't mean we won't find you. So far this year, Oakland PD has seized nearly 130 vehicles after they were involved in legal sideshow activity in Oakland. More than 80% of seized vehicles are not from Oakland. Our investigators continue working to identify these responsible for the criminal behavior and participation. We are also collaborating with our law enforcement partners to prevent and reduce the dangerous gatherings. Enforcement results to date: 144 seized warrants issued for vehicles wanted for evading police, reckless driving, and sideshow related crimes. 128 vehicles towed so far. These numbers do not include the vehicles towed directly by the officers or near the scene of the sideshow. If you participate in illegal sideshows in Oakland, your vehicle may be towed and held for 30 days. As a part of OPD's summer safety plan, we remain committed to addressing illegal sideshows that endanger the community. These events pose serious risk to participants, spectators, and residents. Working together, we want to make Oakland safer. Nice. That's good for them wanting to make their city better. But yeah, that's a lot of vehicles to that's what I was thinking mainly was that's a lot of vehicles to be out there. Need to
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean,
they
I wonder, did I zone out and miss how they're finding these people even after they got away? Or because I'm
they did
wondering,
not tell you how. I think maybe
yeah,
that was to don't let the
maybe that
people
was,
know how so they don't learn how to
yeah,
avoid it. But they're
yeah.
using helicopters and
I suspect that there's a lot of these. I don't know if you've noticed. Well, I don't know if it's the same, but over here, there's a lot of um, cameras going up on the roadsides everywhere. And
hmm,
I mean, they look innocuous. It's like just a street light pole, but then there's a box on the side of it up close to the top. And inside of that, there's cameras. So a lot of the Orlando, Kissimmee, Sanford, whole Central Florida area, the urbanized, suburbanized areas, they got cameras everywhere. If they see or if they know or catch some sort of activity happening somewhere, odds are they're getting better at, or they're getting more video coverage. They might be able to watch the car, see it go past that way, make a turn, go down there, and follow it all the way back home, even if they've got, a special dedicated video or dedicated vehicle for this purpose that they don't have, like, don't have registered, don't have a license plate or anything, just, driving it around entirely illegal vehicle. um, that normally wouldn't be traceable to any specific person. They might just be able to, okay, went to that house. Um,
Yeah, they
so I don't
said
know.
144 seizure warrants. So they have warrants for vehicles that have not been found yet, which is very interesting. So they probably do have those cameras that you're talking about. Go ahead, Kevin.
We have cameras all over the city here. That they made that very clear. They're letting people know to drive safer. It's red lights, everything, everywhere in front of buses, not to uh, get in the way of bikers or people driving their bikes or anything. They're trying to really
Mm,
improve driving quality and not just the illegal cars, but a weird thing is the increasing amount of people with no license plates or fake license plates.
oh, wow.
So I don't
Yeah.
know what you do there.
Without the cameras to like follow, okay, they went through that intersection to that one, normally that would be enough to just get away. Back in the early 2000s, 20 teens, if you had something that obscures the license plate from view of like intersection cameras, then they really didn't have any way to say that was that vehicle there. It was just that make and model and color, and you'd have plausible deniability. Um,
Definitely.
but
Wow.
not so these days, not anymore. If they can
Yeah.
see, there to there to there to there all the way down the road.
Yeah, I was going to say that. They'll catch you.
Describing it like that, though, it sounds really kind of dystopian, like, doesn't it? Is it just me, or like they have cameras, they can see where you go, everywhere you go? What's to say
Basically.
that it's not that it's only traffic that those cameras are built and designed and used for, right? Anything
Well,
could be seen
that's
on
You know,
them.
that's also how they found that one kid who stabbed. Oh no, he shot that CEO, right?
mhm.
The
Um, and
the
You
yeah,
mean
they
New
they
Louis
York,
followed his
G.
picture.
Mangione or something?
yeah,
Yeah,
Mangione. I thought that was on a private CCTV feed from the like a hotel
yeah.
right
But
above
to
him.
find out who it was, they followed his trail there, and they have pictures of him on the subway before he puts on the mask and all that stuff. Like they tracked him back to as far as where he came from, and that's
Yeah.
very
McDonald's
interesting.
tournament.
If they want to
Yeah.
find you, they'll find a way.
Yeah, on foot it's a little bit easier, but I would assume that in inner cities, like urban, super urban areas like Manhattan, um, it's nothing new to be able to be tracked around on cameras like that. If you're taking the subway, like you've been on cameras there for a long time. They've had
Yeah,
those in place. There's been cameras at the doorways to all of those big skyscrapers, regardless of um, what
what they're doing.
business or businesses are owned or engaged in there. So, but as soon as he left the city, though, it was they had to rely on that tip. So the cameras only
Yeah.
went so far. But it
Um,
seems like they're trying to spread that reach with
they
traffic
just
cameras.
I believe they just showed videos of him like stepping off the subway, and then before putting on the mask, and then the same person in the same clothes basically with a mask, and yeah, he could actually beat that if he was like, no, maybe we had the same clothes on. That's very interesting now that I think about it.
Yeah, of
You don't
course
think so?
I, I don't know. It's gone through my mind a lot. No, not because I'm planning anything weird or anything. It's just how how would you escape something like that, you know?
Yeah,
Like, you know, I think the movie The Running Man, the remake of The Running Man, he had to escape the city, but there's cameras everywhere, and it's just I don't know how.
I mean, yeah, we're getting closer and closer to that sort of cameras everywhere. I mean,
Um,
I wonder, it's kind of a little bit reminiscent of China and their, you know, um, social credit system. The more that we move towards cameras, um, seeing the individual person, facial recognition being integrated into a lot of these systems, if they're the governmental official ones, like the traffic cameras are, it wouldn't be that difficult to take a traffic camera and use the image like feed from that to like as an input into a facial recognition algorithm. And if the government uses that with, driver's license or, whatever database, um, they could see you anywhere you go, whatever you're doing, like they do over in China. And they
Yeah,
give,
they have cameras
like
everywhere.
credit scores over here, they have social credit over there. And if you're caught, if you're seen on camera, oh, they also, the phones, the digital devices, you have this with you, they have your face on camera, then they know everywhere you go, anything you do. And if they catch you doing something that they don't like, your credit score lowers. And
Wow.
if it lowers to a certain point, it limits job opportunities available to you. It limits um, housing. You can't live in certain places if your social credit score is too low. Um, and traffic cameras everywhere seem like a very um, simple like first step into a similar sort of system if
I
the
mean,
political
you don't think
idea.
there's a trade-off though? Because it seems to, okay, there's a boulevard, um, deaths, uh, pedestrian deaths. This was the most dangerous deaths, or well, this is Roosevelt Boulevard in Philadelphia is a very dangerous boulevard, was, and ever since they put cameras up, slowed down speed, red light cameras, uh, deaths, pedestrian deaths have gone down. So there is a trade-off.
Mm.
People will be safer. People won't be
Mentioned.
driving 70 miles an hour on uh, just a small boulevard. And uh, it, I understand the snowball effect that you are talking about. Yeah, and it's been going on for a long time. The
Yeah, it's kind of a slippery slope that like I'm realizing what I'm saying now. It's not necessarily
Oh no, I think we're
logically.
definitely going to escalate this with the with government watching, and because they've been doing this, it really took off since 9/11. But
Yeah,
they were always watching us, but then they really started
Yeah,
watching us overtly.
yeah,
they have a lot of cameras at a lot of different intersections out here. Uh, yeah, just like no reason in particular, just random camera up there. Some of these intersections they're doing nothing, but they might be watching the speed limits or something. Uh, but
yeah.
also with the what's it called? The police looking at these videos and trying to catch people. Um, I forgot what I was gonna say.
I mean, if they have a camera at one intersection and a camera at the next intersection, and there's nothing in between them but a straight line, and they catch, like, see your license plate there, see your license plate there, they can tell if you're speeding without even having to have a speed gun, and they can automate a lot of these traffic infractions.
Okay.
Um,
What I was gonna say is I seen an Instagram video, uh, and because I do
Hi,
like cars,
Andrea.
I watch car videos. Hey, Andrea. Shout out to
Hello.
Jeff Angel in the comments. Uh, Jeff said, Kevin, same in bucks. I forgot what that was. He
What
said
was
it's the
that?
same bucks.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know what that means. Is that a
Oh,
place?
Bucks County. That's right above Philadelphia.
Oh yeah, you were talking about the drive in there. Yeah, okay. And Angel said Happy Easter. So, um,
Hey, happy Easter.
Happy
Andrea,
Easter.
we were talking about sideshows because OPD, they said they have 144 seizure warrants issued for vehicles wanted for evading and reckless driving in sideshows. They have 128 vehicles towed so far.
So I guess the cameras don't get all of them, can they?
They got
That's
warrants.
interesting.
They caught
Yeah.
you for, they haven't got you yet, but they
But
have
the
that.
100 that they got, like, right off the bat, I thought was pretty interesting. That's a lot. That's a lot of them. And those are just the racers, right? Not the
Those are the side shows too. Sometimes
participants.
they just do shows and donuts in the intersection, and the crowd blocks traffic for hours.
Yeah. So those are just the vehicles, not the crowd. How many people are there? I doubt that they're
Oh,
sending warrants out for all the individual people. It's the cars that they're going after. But I mean, the people will just buy another car, you know?
right.
Um,
Um, yeah, basically said they'll take the car for 90 days. That's all they said. If you're going to take my car
oh,
for
they're
90
even
days,
gonna give the car back. I
right?
thought they'd like scrap it or, crush it. Something. A lot of these cars are so heavily modified that they're almost useless for anything except just like doing donuts and burnouts and straight line drags.
I seen an Instagram video where the license plate of someone's car it just like changed to another one. So they do have those to where they can change license plates or have a digital one that'll change or whatever. Um, yeah, they're learning how to get by police. They'll figure it out.
Yeah,
Well, I
yeah.
imagine, oh, sorry, but if biometrics can figure out, a person's face, why
Their
can't they
ear,
figure out a car?
every ear is
Yeah,
unique. If they can catch an image of your ear, they don't even need your face, right?
yeah. It's like they can, everything is just so detailed. Why can't they do that
Yeah.
with a car? Like, like a tiny little scratch on the side of the car, and they can identify something like that. I don't know. There has to be
Well,
something on a car to set it
they
apart.
said they have 144 seizure warrants for cars. So they seen the car. They probably seen the scar next to the light or something. One of your
So
rims got
cars
something
have
on it in
seizures
particular.
too. I guess that's the lesson of the cars get seizures. Um,
Hey, they said 144 seizures this year. Well, that was actually last year, but yeah, that's a lot. Uh,
wow. Yeah.
those are
So
warrants. Warrants. They're looking for people. So 144 people are out there driving
yeah,
around, I guess, just hoping you don't get seen. They might have seen the rims, so that could be a thing too. Rims are an easy thing to point out.
they got
Same type of
yeah,
car, same type of rims. That's the car we're looking for.
they got laws like that over here in Florida too, that they enacted right after the Fast and Furious movies came out. I don't know. They filmed the second one. They filmed a lot of it over down in Alligator Alley, down the straight. straight shot across from like Miami over to Naples. Um, and I think maybe in that time they realized, wow, this could really mess things up if people decide to do this here on their own volition. Um, but I was given a ticket for that law, that infraction. They made it a felony to do, street racing, as they called it, something. I don't know. But I was just, you know, I had just um, installed a new little doodad and some new software into my car. It was a BMW 335, so a turbocharged six-cylinder, and I had set it up so that the turbos kept the wastegates closed, so they just kept building more and more and more pressure rather than easing it off and giving a smooth torque curve. So it basically added 100 horsepower at the wheels. So I was frisky to feel that. And there was a guy in the lane next to me, but we were on a turn, like a left turn, and he had a Cadillac CTSV, the 8 cylinder. Um, and I didn't know him, he didn't know me. We didn't even make eye contact. I just went around the corner and he went around the corner, and I was accelerating quickly and he was accelerating quickly. And then there were police lights behind us. Apparently, there was a cop car in the turn lanes behind us the whole time. And
Oh,
but honestly, I don't think we ever even actually broke the speed limit. We were just both accelerating, revving the engines, shifting quickly. I got maybe through second gear, and that was it. I didn't really have any intention of keeping it, gunning it all the way down the street. But that didn't matter because the lights went off before we broke the speed limit. And, yeah, so we got pulled over and the cop kept the two of us separated. And he's like, so, were you two racing there? It's like, no, I don't know the guy. And the other guy, well, were you racing there? No. And he kept asking and going back and forth. And he's like, well, that guy said you were. And I was like, well, I guess we're kind of a little bit competing or something. And so that constituted an admission in his mind or whatever. So he gave us felony, and court summons and everything. Kevin, you're waving your finger?
you don't have to talk to cops. Don't tell them nothing.
Yeah, yeah.
See
Idiot
that
right
I
here.
think they played a trick on you.
Yeah, yeah, keeping us separated,
Well, that guy said you were racing.
yeah, I doubt he ever said anything. But as soon as I said that, then he definitely could go over and say, he said you two were racing, like flat out. And, I don't know. I don't know if there
That's
were cameras or anything, body cam footage back then that he might be able to show that I said, yeah, I guess we were. I don't know if the other guy even got a ticket, honestly. Now that I think about it, I may have been the only one who said, yeah, I
well,
was racing him. Uh, but yeah, so he gave us a ticket for street racing, the felony infraction at that time because they took that Fast and Furious movie so seriously. Um, but got a lawyer and whatever. Um, Went to the court date, all dressed up nice and trying to be upstanding citizen. And the lawyer had argued down, with the DA, said, well, these laws were made for, basically the type of thing where they shut down the entire street and do these things and party like big, Fast and the Furious. And what happened here was nothing like that, just two guys accelerating down, side by side in a four-lane road. We didn't shut down the whole road. Um, it was just So yeah, we got it down to reckless driving, misdemeanor, and as long as I finished the probation, it would be expunged. Which is just like whatever. So yeah, it's never talk to cops. Like Kevin said, never talk to cops.
Just be
Um,
careful what you tell them. You
yeah,
tell them, you, I don't think you're obligated to tell them anything on the spot. All you
yeah.
have to do is ask for a lawyer.
I
On the
invoke
street.
my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent.
Yes, remain silent.
You don't think they'll take you downtown for that?
I
Well,
mean,
if they're not
when
charging you or arresting you with anything,
yes, am I being detained? Am I under arrest? Am I
okay.
being detained? I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. Those are the key phrases, I think.
Well, once again,
Did
I'm
I
not a
miss?
lawyer, so
Yeah,
don't
yes.
trust
Neither,
me on
neither.
this, but I would definitely ask someone more knowledgeable in the law area. But
I would think even if they did arrest you and take you down to the station, any attorney could probably get you out of it, if you hadn't done anything.
Yeah, I mean, I'd imagine that the vehicles, the police car's footage of what actually happened and his body cam footage of what actually happened in that event made it absolutely clear to the prosecutor in my case or whatever. However, I don't know if there was a process like what I don't, but made it clear to the other side that uh, the the law, the charge, whatever it was that the police officer had cited me with was not a violation. It was not being violated in that moment. Um, the police officer didn't know the law that he was charging me with, and thus didn't know that it was not appropriate for that situation. Um, but reckless driving is bad too, and I was definitely being reckless. Um, so yeah, I think it was appropriate. I learned my lesson.
I just can't imagine you getting
20
a
something
ticket
years.
with a felony.
Yeah, a felony. It's just that was thank thank God that didn't go through. Oh my gosh, that could have messed my life up.
Um,
For 100 horsepower extra.
hmm.
Oh,
One thing I can say is shout out to everybody watching. Press that thumbs up. And one thing I can say, out here in California, they'll um, pull you over if your car's too loud. Yeah, you can't have certain pipes. They'll pull you over if you're too loud. They'll have you go to court, and then it's basically like a fix-it ticket. Come with a new exhaust that isn't as loud, basically.
I had
I
the
mean, if
cops called on me for my stereo once.
what?
I hear
My
stereos all
neighbor,
the time.
my neighbor called the cops on me because I showed up at the house and they were mad because of my radio in my car.
Mm.
She was
You were
complaining.
li-
She's like, my husband works third shift and you're waking him up all the time.
Mm.
can't imagine a radio being that loud.
I mean, it was loud, but
I mean, there's no laws, as far as I know, in my state against loud music. Not in Florida.
yeah, the cops
Um,
I
showed up
mean,
knocking on the
Yeah,
door and
I
was
imagine.
just like, this is what they said. And I was like, I played like 56 seconds of this song when I pulled in the driveway, I listened to the chorus and then I shut the car off. Go ahead, Picky.
They wanted you badly. Um, there's a comment here from Jeff. It says, when I was 17, there was a cop that stopped me every night. I got a lawyer, went to the court, and the judge told him if he stopped me one more time, he would get fired. That's interesting.
That's interesting.
I'm going to go to the courthouse before you do. Basically, that's interesting, Jeff.
Yeah. Wonder why he was doing that to you. Did you piss him off for some reason somehow?
Are you
Like kick
speeding?
his
Did you have a
dog
nice
or
car, Jeff?
something? Like why did he have it in for you?
Jeff had the loud pipes.
Oh, okay. Well, hey.
He didn't say that. That was just a joke from me.
Yeah. No, I had a friend back in college who had a Corvette that, or not a Corvette, a Camaro that he just took a saw and completely hacked off the exhausts and was running it with just essentially open headers. And it was obnoxious as hell. Like you could
Can
hear
imagine.
him coming to our apartment from like 3 miles away. It was, I don't know how he got away with that. Oh my gosh. It, it
Um,
makes me angry just thinking about it. Like
I can
I
tell you're
like the
having a
sound
fond
of a
memory.
I like the sound of a good vehicle,
exhaust.
mechanical exhaust, but it's got
Yeah.
to be like well
It'll have a
done,
good timber to it,
No,
Yeah.
it was like a brah.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's just, a lot
just
of cars around here do that. They as soon as summer comes around, they for some reason I don't know why it's summer, but it'll be 3 in the morning and the screeching muffler, you know, will just drive down the street and wake everyone up. I don't know what the deal with that is.
The
I
article
wonder
that I read
if the
earlier,
like the salt that they use on the roadways in the winter to for the ice might cause corrosion in the exhausts. They might little holes leaking and causing noise. I wonder. Maybe
hmm, it's interesting.
just a guess. I don't know. That
Um,
that's it's
what
interesting.
I was
That's
gonna say
weird.
was, forgot what I was gonna say, but Jeff said that was a long time ago, so I'm thinking he's saying he doesn't remember, and he also said I had a nicer car than he did. Uh, so
He
yeah,
was
that would
jealous.
have got.
Yeah, cops don't like it. Well,
Um,
yeah, especially when you're younger than them and have a nicer car than them.
their
That's
cars were garbage in the, well, I don't, this is about the 80s. This was around 50s. I mean,
the
you were
police
born around
car.
the 50s, so it
If
was
he's
maybe
talking
around the
about the
70s, 80s. Those cars were ugly police cars back then.
Yeah, but if
So
he's talking about the policeman's like own personal car, I bet that would really get to him. His daily driver at home, grocery runner, just a
yeah, like, what
basic
is
like
that with
beater
snow on?
pickup, and then there's Jeff driving around in I don't know what gold Camaro or something. That's what I imagine. Oh,
Jeff said it was in 65.
65.
Um, but one thing I was gonna say is I keep forgetting every time it comes to me. Uh, yeah, we'll move forward. I forgot. That's a first. No, I'm kidding. Uh, and it wasn't important. Actually, I think it was. Uh, Never mind. You got an article, Mark? I got one if you guys don't.
Um, I got a full bladder if somebody else has an article. I'll do that.
Okay. I will say we have on the docket for later. There was a zoo that, oh no, we don't have the zoo is for later. This one here is about a funeral home. A woman and her mother, they were giving people fake ashes and they were selling their body parts.
That's just cruel.
Yeah,
Or
it's messed up.
selling the body parts.
Yeah, and then giving the people fake ashes.
Who are they selling the body parts to?
We got to go through the article.
Sorry, I didn't read that one, but well, I think with cremation, most it's like not the actual person, but that is weird. Yeah,
I
Why wouldn't
did
it be
see
the
that.
actual person?
because it's just it's a mix of like people.
I
It's
don't
a
think
mix
they're
of
like
whatever you. It's
they're not like piling up a bunch of people and throwing them in the thing.
I'll look
I
it
can
up
read
really
the
fast.
article. Let me read this. We'll go to this article, and then Mark has
Well,
some.
yeah, I was going to say this is not the first time funeral directors have gotten in trouble for this kind of stuff. So,
Oh wow.
yeah, after you read the article, I have some more info to add into the on theme.
Okay. Uh, got something that says Colorado funeral home owner who sold people's body parts and gave families fake ashes headed to prison. Uh, on dozens of occasions, a mother and daughter duo sent bodies or body parts to a third party for research without family's knowledge. A Colorado funeral home operator accused of illegally selling body parts and giving clients fake ashes was sentenced to 20 years in prison Tuesday by a federal court judge. Megan Hess received the maximum sentence after pleading guilty to mail fraud in November under a plea agreement in which other charges against her were dropped. The Daily Sentinel reported U.S. authorities said that dozens of occasions Hess and her mother Shirley Cock was also pleaded guilty in mail fraud, transferred bodies or body parts to third parties for research without families' knowledge. U.S. District Judge Christine Arguello in Grand Junction also sentenced Cock to Tuesday to 15 years. Wow. Arguello sentenced the pair of victims testified about the pain they suffered. Uh, sentenced the pair of victims testified about the pain they suffered under the scheme. Hess 48 and Cox 69 operated the Sunset Mesa funeral home in western city of Montrose. They were arrested in 2020 and charged with 6 counts of mail fraud and 3 counts of illegal transportation of hazardous materials. The grand jury said from said that from 2010 to 2018, Hess and Koch offered to cremate bodies and provide the remains to families at a cost of $1,000 or more, but many cremations were never occurred. Wow. So a little more. It says Hess created a nonprofit organization in 2009 called Sunset Mesa Funeral Foundation as a body broker service doing business as donor services. Authorities said in dozens of occasions, Hess and Koch transferred bodies or body parts to third parties for research without families' knowledge. According to U.S. Justice Department, the transfers were done through Sunset Mesa Funeral Foundation and donor services, and families were given ashes that were not those of their loved ones. Hess and Koch also shipped bodies and body parts and testified and tested positive for or belonging to people who died from infectious diseases, including HIV and hepatitis B and C, despite certifying the buyers that the remains were disease-free, authorities said. Hess's attorney, Ashley Petray, told the court Tuesday that Hess has motivated by the desire of medical research. Assistant United States Attorney Tim Neff scoffed at the argument. 8 years of repeated conduct of this nature is all the court needs to know about her history and character. Cox said that Tuesday hearing, I acknowledge my guilt and take responsibility for my actions. I'm very sorry for harm I caused to your families. Hess declined an address to address the court. Victim restitution hearing was scheduled for March. Yeah, that's messed up. Uh, What do you sell someone if you don't sell them body parts? I mean, ashes.
I'm sorry,
Heard of
what?
quickcrete.
What do you
Say that
sell
again.
them?
I've heard of like concrete mix, like quickcrete being
Oh wow.
given to people.
Or just
Huh.
burn anything. Something, just ashes, generic ashes of stuff.
Yeah, I would
Um,
That's
imagine.
messed up because now those
Yeah,
people will never have their family's ashes. They probably got like trees and random stuff uh,
well, there's
for
another,
$1,000.
yeah, there's another case I got here. This was well, this article is dated 2013. But it initially came out in 2008. Okay, so from NPR, the guy had died in prison, but Dr. Michael Mastro Marino, there we go. Mastro Marino died Sunday after battling liver and bone cancer. He pleaded guilty to body stealing in 2008. He was sentenced to up to 58 years in prison, but he considered to insist he'd been misunderstood. He spoke to NPR working with the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists last year from a prison near Buffalo, New York. As soon as we clipped on the microphone and before he could even test the recording level, the tall bald man in a green prison jumpsuit was defending himself. This case was completely blown out of proportion, he said. They made me out to be like I was doing something completely outrageous. But what Mastro Marino did was outrageous. He was a dental surgeon who gave up his license after he got addicted to drugs. Then he got a license to sell human tissue and profited in an industry that provides important medical products. The tissue includes anything that's not an organ, including tendons, ligaments, skin, bones, heart valves, and corneas. Tissue is recovered, sterilized, and turned into medical products. A tendon from a cadaver can be used to repair a torn knee ligament. Veins are used in heart bypass operations. Bone can be crushed into powder and used to help mend a broken leg or build up the jaw around a dental implant. NPR's 2012 series on human tissue donation looked at this global industry. It's poorly understood, especially when compared to organ donation, and it's lightly regulated, which makes it ripe for exploitation by the rare dishonest broker like Mastro Marino. The tissue comes from bodies that are donated, but Mastro Marino did not get a family's permission. Instead, he set up a network of undertakers and paid them up to $1,000 for each corpse. Then he removed the tissue and faked paperwork that showed he'd obtained consent. In some cases, he took tissue that should have been rejected from people who died of AIDS or cancer, then made up the documents to show a more benign cause of death. The family of a British journalist, Alistair Cook, was shocked to find out Master Mar- Ma- the guy had obtained the body of the host of the PBS series Masterpiece Theater. Cook died of cancer in 2004. Mastro Marino told NPR it was a very lucrative business and no one talks about, the gorilla in the room, he said. And the gorilla is how much money everybody's making. I'm just being honest. Okay. But they've got a picture here, the district attorney holding up a picture showing a pelvis with like PVC pipe, fixture replacing the hip joint and, pipes is the bones, everything. So on that score, Mastro Marino was correct. It's part of a growing industry that makes at least $1 billion a year, as NPR wrote last year in their series. You can't sell body parts. The law is clear about that, but you can take what's considered a reasonable fee for your work. Unlike organ donation, where a heart or kidney goes straight from a donor to a recipient, tissue goes through many steps. Is tissue taken from the body at the hospital, a funeral home, or a morgue? There's a facility fee. Is the body moved? There's a transportation fee. A procurement team takes the body parts. That's another fee. Then companies take the parts and turn them into scores of medical products. As Mastro Marina says, there are more and more fees. Prosecutors said the scheme went on for 4 years before he was caught. He and his wife agreed to pay back $4.6 million, but until then, he'd lived large. At his New Jersey mansion, he installed heaters under his driveway so he didn't have to shovel the snow. That's a good idea. That's a waste of electricity and, bad for the environment, but convenient. I wouldn't have thought of that. His wife divorced him after he admitted his guilt once he said he made $1 million a year. Mastro Marino boasted to NPR it was much more. He died Sunday at a hospital in New York. His attorney told reporters he had been diagnosed in October with a metastatic liver cancer that had spread to his brain and bones. So, yeah, it sounds like this is not uncommon.
Man,
And
that's
if it
sad.
happened back in 2008 and he was caught and died in 2013, and then this happens now, like how much of it has been going on in those 20 years in between?
Well,
How many other people are, how many
I
buried
was gonna
loved
I was gonna
ones
say that
are
like
built like basically human flesh scarecrows built out of hardware store components?
wow. Um I heard something about organ donors being like what is it called? Like they find them and they take you early, basically. I forgot what the word is for it. Uh
Yeah, they don't put as much effort into saving your life. Maybe if you're an organ donor, they might
no,
save
they're
a few
saying
more
that
lives.
will come find you and know that you're an organ donor and they'll harvest your organs and give them to people.
I I don't really see any reason for that because I mean that's not their prerogative.
Other
Their prerogative is to not get sued and to save a life by not getting sued. So I mean, if they screwed around,
And to earn profit for their medical organization parent company, right? Make
um
profit there.
they called it organ harvesting.
Mm.
Um, you get kidnapped and they take those organs and they probably send them to another country. But
Oh,
I've heard of
yeah, that
that. Okay.
happens. Yeah. Oh,
it's sad. But yeah, that's a big thing. Um,
yeah. Human
and I was thinking
trafficking
about
for
it.
the purpose of organ harvesting.
Yeah, I'm an
Okay.
Yeah.
organ, donor, which made me think. Oh, I just said that live. Well, uh, yeah, you guys, if I come up missing, I'm gonna send you guys an address of the general area. Yeah, organ harvesting. I heard about it in another news article that I should have brought. But that's interesting, Mark.
Yeah. I
I'm
mean,
not
it's good
next.
that he's dead, but
Yeah, I think I remember
sad that
hearing
he's
the
dead.
article about him in a few years ago. Yeah, and seeing that and thinking that was awful. But
Yeah, the
58
connection to
years.
Masterpiece Theater really rang a bell. That brought it back to mind for
Yeah.
me. I remember that show. That's,
And the other person only got 15 years in
yeah,
the
I
other article.
wonder,
They should get way more, I feel like.
yeah, I think so. Maybe it's just the scale of how
Yeah.
much they could prove, how long it was
I
like
mean, this guy profited a
provable,
lot,
I guess you mean.
Mastriano. He made a lot of money, sounds like. So, yeah.
That's what
Yeah, if
I'm
he
thinking
was
for these other
bragging
people.
to NPR about how it was much, much more than what the district attorney said it was. I mean, I don't know. That could just be ego and bragging, whatever, but it's also entirely plausible that he did have a lot more and was able to hide assets and whatnot. Not, I don't know, not necessarily for himself. I don't know if he had children, maybe, if his wife, but didn't didn't they, I don't know. They said his wife divorced him right when she found out.
Mm.
Maybe she got everything in the divorce.
And she should go to prison too.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess
No,
they
no, I
said
mean,
both of the two of them had to pay back the 4.6 million, right? So she can't keep it. But if
That's a
he's
lot of
bragging
money.
that it was a lot more of it, then yeah, I guess she was still profiting off of it. If she knew where it was coming from, then she was, I don't know. Is that an accessory after the fact? I don't know what necessarily what that I've heard that used. If she was helping him after she knew where all of that money was coming from, then that she
mm,
was, yeah, I don't know.
like a mob boss's wife or something.
Yeah.
Um, I'm thinking, I'm
This lady on my article, she was selling those ashes for $1,000 a piece. So she made a lot of money off this. That's insane.
Yeah. It
Deserve that time.
it was
It's about a year.
$600 to get my cat Steve cremated. So I
Oh wow.
wonder if that's what I actually got. I don't know.
You
What do
got
you
a
call it,
log.
Steve? I was
Um,
living in an apartment, didn't have a place to bury him at that time, so I wanted to
there's
decided
something
on
here that I
keeping.
didn't read. It says the customers of the funeral home thought their loved ones were being cremated. In reality, their body parts were being sold, and customers received ashes from mixed cadavers. Oh, so they got body parts, just not their family. Is what they're saying.
But mixed cadavers means they
Could be an
just
animal.
got a, they just piled a heap of corpses into the furnace and just scooped it out, you know,
Mm,
s- spoonful, spoonful, spoonful.
good times.
Okay, one person's worth.
now this is
Spoonful,
breakfast talk.
spoonful, spoonful. Oh,
The
that's
Uh,
pancakes,
lovely.
Oh yeah,
yeah, they look
jealous.
good. Um, yeah, it's just breakfast and pill time for me too. Uh, Mark, you got this. Let me take my meds.
so we're hitting the 1 o'clock hour here in Philly.
Nice.
I'm gonna throw something out there. I think this is kind of fun. There is a gambling website. Is it cool if I go through with this?
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah.
Yeah,
I like gambling.
I'm not going to name this website because
I got a problem.
it creeps me out. And they place odds. You can place a bet on the weirdest things. Now, this is a real thing.
Maybe we should just say the name of the site just because,
All right,
Might
just
be easier.
yeah.
it's called Poly Market, and I think there's other websites that do this too. I'm looking at the culture section. Okay, yeah, like breaking news. Will Richard Branson be confirmed to have visited Epstein's Island? A 100% chance, and you can put money down on that.
100% chance, and you can put money down that he won't. So
You can
what?
bet that he was actually there. That's what he's saying.
So
I'm
there's a
not
Possibly.
sure.
0% odds that he was there, and you can bet on, it? Or I don't
I
know.
don't know how to read gambling
Maybe,
stuff.
yeah, maybe he was already proven. Maybe that bet has been resolved or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. You can bet on basketball. That I don't want to go through sports, but you can bet on tweets that celebrities make
You
if they're
bet
going to
on what
make a
time
tweet.
I'm supposed to bet.
Okay, here's the one I wanted to get to. This sounds fun. What does everyone think the odds are that the U.S. will confirm that aliens exist before 2027?
I doubt it.
Barack Obama already said there's aliens.
Yes, he said that. He said he
Yeah,
believes, but
yeah, I was gonna say that. Said he believes.
I'll give you a 5 point range. Uh, what's the odds the U.S. makes contact with alien life?
I doubt that we'll know to get that money. Um, you won't
No
about it
money.
to
This is a
2035 or
gentleman,
something. Research. Uh, yeah.
17% chance. So
Oh, I have one here. This is in breaking. Uh, will The Weekend have the second greatest number of monthly Spotify listeners this month? What do you think, Pookie?
I think it's possible.
Think it's
I could help.
possible?
Yeah, I
Is
gotta
that
stop
is that
listening to
you're
vinyls
gonna
and
bet
listen to it
yes or
online.
no? What are you betting?
I bet it will. I bet it can.
What? Good, good. It's
Yeah.
89% is what they're saying. Odds
yeah,
are.
How
So,
do I bet on that? I got to bet.
you go to the site and you figure it out for yourself. I'm not gonna.
this is
I'm
why I
not
didn't
gonna.
want to say the site because I didn't want to.
Yeah, I have an addict's brain. I'm not gonna dig around
Because
and
the house always wins, and for some reason this guy is rich, the guy who owns this
they
website,
take
and
a cut at least. Yeah,
you know,
it doesn't. Will Harvey Weinstein be sentenced to less than 5 years in prison?
I bet that he does. Wait, I bet that he does it.
Yeah, less than 5 years. So
I doubt that.
is he going to get more than 5 years? Yes.
I'm gonna
No.
say yes.
More than five. Yeah. Yeah. So it's
Would they be counting?
92% yes. It's 8% that says he will get less than 5 years in prison. So
Are they counting
that's
time
a good
served?
bet. Um, I don't think so. Sentenced to less than 5 years in prison. So I assume that's will he be serving 5 years more? I don't know. Um, Prison time. Oh, wow. Okay. No prison time, less than 5 years, 5 to 10 years, 10 to 20 years, 20 to 30 years, 30 plus years. They all have, you can bet
Oh,
on any one of those ranges.
Hmm.
Yeah. Um,
Who's gonna pay me?
Everybody who loses their bet,
Oh yeah,
hmm?
makes sense.
minus the cut that goes to the house.
Right. Hey, Toaster. Welcome.
How are
Uh,
you today?
so far, so good. I slept better than I thought I would. So well rested. How are you today?
Good. I am curing myself up with chocolate.
Oh, so you had a seizure?
PNES variety.
Okay. Um,
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there more to talk about with the betting site? Because I see something here, a bet that reminds me of something I wanted to talk about, SpaceX IPO. I don't know if
I got.
that could
I have
move
one more
onto its
bet.
own. Yeah.
Yeah. What are the odds that Jesus will return before 2027? It says on
Lose
the
that bet.
website,
Ooh,
this is a bet.
I know this
Hmm.
one. I know this one.
Oh,
100% because Jesus are born every day.
Mm.
Jason,
I'll take that.
yeah, there's,
You can bet on that. So I think you might lose that one,
yeah.
to be honest.
Well,
But
not only are they born, they return home every time they go to work, they return, return is not clearly defined there. But yeah, I know what you mean. It's interesting. I don't like the type of Christians who would be betting on that and saying, yes, he's gonna return. We're gonna be the generation that brings him back and everything. Like, yeah.
I mean,
You just
isn't he
gotta.
And
supposed to come back when the next time God decides to start over?
I mean, yeah, well, it says in the scriptures themselves, it says no one will know the time or the hour. So all this betting on yes, it's just they're betting against their own scriptures, the fundamental basis of their own faith. And I don't think that they know that or realize that.
Oh, I
Or
doubt
maybe
these people are very interested in God or anything. I think they're just interested in a cheap rush or money or something.
No, in the Jewish faith, God will, as part of his promise, um, will not destroy the earth as long as there are 12 righteous men still living.
well,
Basically, a minion.
Can you
I mean,
find
I can't
12 good men on earth?
Yeah,
yeah.
my
yeah,
dad. They're called the secret saints,
I
or the
believe
Interesting.
all
hidden
of us are
saints.
good
Sorry.
people.
Are they,
Encouraging.
is that specifically 12 from the tribes of Israel? Is it supposed to be one each, or is it just happens to be, the 12, the
Just
number
12
12 is important throughout
Also,
the
hold on. What about, do they have to be all men?
men. That is highly debated. Men, as in God created man, the whole humanity, human, or man
Yeah,
mankind,
as, yeah,
right?
man.
mankind.
Humanity, Homo sapiens,
Or is it
mankind.
talking about male?
Yeah,
Male,
because it
yeah,
can be a
adult male
woman
genius.
or a man.
Whoa, man.
Personally, I think it's just people with
Okay.
mankind.
Okay. Yeah. So that was a good thing to say. Kevin,
Is that
Jeff
from
says, my wife. I'm not sure what you said, but I didn't read that comment in time.
Are there 12 men, 12 good men? Was that right? You're saying his wife is one of the good ones?
Oh,
At
yeah, he
least
was
that's what I
talking.
think.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
yeah, he was probably talking about his wife as one of the good ones.
yeah.
Because I forgot what we were talking about as soon as I was like, read the comment. I'm like, what is he talking about? What were we talking about? Thanks, Mark.
I was just
Um,
finishing up the gambling website thing. 4%, by the way. That was the bet on Jesus returning.
4%. Okay, that sounds
4%.
reasonable. That's
No.
yeah, yeah.
And if you win, you get $54 million.
On top of a
I
lot of other stuff.
Mhm.
don't believe it.
If Jesus comes back, you put a bet down. Once again, I'm not sure how betting works exactly. It says for $54 million volume, 54 million. Yeah,
That's how they get you.
yeah.
$54
Obviously,
million, life changing money.
Well, that's
Yeah.
the thing. If Jesus comes back, you won't need the money.
Yeah, that's well, it depends on what you believe
I
there's a
was gonna say
whole
that.
range of end times possibilities, are we pre-tribulation, post-tribulation? What does, is God gonna snatch up the elect and spare them from the beast? When is the Antichrist going to come? Is the Antichrist already embodied here? Because the Antichrist needs to come before Jesus can return. So is the
Uh,
Antichrist already here? Is the Antichrist Elon Musk? Um, like the Antichrist is supposed to be like a ruler over the whole world, and Elon Musk has all the satellites everywhere over the world. He's got the world surrounded more than everybody else. I mean, but the SpaceX IPO is coming too. So he's about to cash in on a lot of his net worth, estimated net worth with the estimated valuation. He's been the world's
billionaire.
richest man based on the estimated value of SpaceX stock. So as soon as it actually sells it, he's going to become
The
rich.
world's first
He's going to
billionaire.
have the bank account is going to start having those numbers. It's not going to be theoretical. So what's he going to do with that? Where's that going to go? Um,
Would you be
yeah.
able to keep cash?
What do you mean?
Could he go get all of his money and keep it in cash?
All of his money? I don't know if there's that much paper
No,
money in circulation. Do they still have the $10,000 bills? They
No
might,
idea.
I
yeah,
I've
don't
they
think I've
never
might
ever
been.
be able
seen one.
to, yeah. They used them basically only for transfer of funds between banks, reserves. I don't think that the $10,000 bills have ever actually been in service or in circulation because they're pretty much useless. Um, but there might be enough of those to like
The largest
physically
U.S.
represent.
Sorry. Um, the largest U.S. bill currently in circulation and produced is the $100 bill. By higher wow, my dyslexia is getting denominations. 500, 1,000, 5,000, 10,000 were issued until 1989. Dude, what are you doing? Get no.
Yeah, the 10,000 was first issued in 1878 and last produced in 1934. Solomon P. Chase on the front, his portrait. Who the heck is that?
So how do you get change for that? You can't go and be like, "Can I get change
Yeah,
for
can
this?"
you
you
buy a
I
need,
need a
pack of gum or
slice, and all I got
something?
is 10,000.
yeah, can you break
Change
a
for
10,000?
This is when you go buy metal and keep it in a vault.
Yeah,
Mm.
you gotta unload Fort Knox with a couple $10,000 bills. But that only if if Fort Knox is not empty. We gotta we gotta get somebody to open up that door first. Just show us. I don't know.
That would
He might
be.
be able to cash it in and keep it in gold, not
I was
money.
thinking that would be
Do it,
amazing because
yeah,
you'd have that bill,
libertarian
a
style.
bunch of cash.
It could, yeah. I mean, he's from South
libertarians.
Africa. He could. I wonder if there's enough Krugerrands to he could keep it in his native coinage, right? When was the Krugerrand last minted?
Libertarians just hugging their gold around, living in the woods,
Yeah,
eating lichen.
bartering animal skins and
Mm.
shavings of gold coins for, yeah, venison and ammunition.
Um,
That's the life.
the topic of Elon Musk, I was wondering, like, is it's not possible for him to get all of his money in cash? Is what you're saying?
I probably not.
It,
The
it
US
would be like
dollar is not like a real thing. Most of it is just digital numbers at
Money is
this point.
strange.
And I don't think there's enough actual physical bills,
It all goes
but I
back
don't
to
know.
gold. The
And
bills and coins themselves used to be, different, the actual,
yeah,
um, not actual metal, it's still actual metal, but like actual bronze.
coin,
Mm.
yeah,
Yeah.
coins.
does it
Well, technically, the word coin is only applies to precious metals. So the U.S. has, with it quarters, nickels, dimes, pennies, made from like zinc and copper and stuff. Those aren't precious metals. So technically, they should not be called coins. More technically speaking, they should be called tokens. So.
Yeah,
Mm.
but it's used to
Just to be that guy, I gotta
no,
put
you
that
are
in
you
there.
are correct, and it's also going back to my point of the paper. Also, it's basically showing this is how much gold this is worth. If shoot, I'm not explaining this right.
No, that's exactly it. Yeah.
what does it
The
say on the
Paper
same
paper?
bills
gold and silver.
were the
Yeah.
first were the
I don't have my
first
wallet
digital
around,
numbers,
but
I guess.
Yeah. The
what does it say on the
the
paper? It
my
says
mom
I don't
still
this
know.
has a
is
$5 bill it says silver certificate. And it meant that yes, there was actually $5 worth of silver in a bank somewhere
what the
that could
hell?
be redeemed for. You could go to a bank and hand in the $5 silver certificate and get a silver coin or something. In theory, I don't think it ever really ran that way. And then yeah, then they tied it to gold with the gold standard, and that's what Fort Knox is supposed to be, the Federal Reserve of all of the gold that was represented by the paper money. But when they broke the dollar away from the gold standard, um, it essentially became, well, it became what's called a fiat currency. It's not really anything. It's worth what it's worth because
We say
the
it.
government says it's worth that. So they can print more and more and more of those, and it just deflates. That wasn't or wouldn't be possible in a an economic system tied to a like precious metal standard, a gold standard.
It's
The
a self
inflation would be due to like actual gold being found. It's worth what it's worth because of the rarity of what it is, what it represents, you know? Sorry
Mm.
to talk over you, Kevin.
it's worth what it's worth because it's a self-sustaining acknowledgement of debt.
Okay. Yeah.
There's a certain amount of money in the country. We have a budget, and that is spent every year. That goes around. So it's not like it's infinite, although we spend it like it's infinite. And the government certainly does.
Okay. I have a thought
Um,
here.
But I mean, they do also just create more of it to pay off debts that those dollars already represent, which isn't that the root of all of a lot of, not all, a lot of the inflation that's happening? I mean, not all,
no,
but a
well,
lot of
yes.
inflation is because the money supply is being increased without actual value
Backing.
backing it.
Well, no, see, that that debt is still tied to, that's still part of the finite amount of money.
It's not finite, though. That's what I'm saying. They make more of it to pay off the debt.
But
It's
and
a
that's
it's
the
a
problem.
fiat. They
Without
can make more of it out of thin air to repay.
but without having something backing it, it lowers the value of the US dollar in other countries' eyes, which then drives inflation.
Yeah.
So
So
gold
it's part of
would
it.
save us? I'm not understanding
Not
the
save
logic
us,
here.
but gold is a better. When we were on the gold standard, the value of the dollar was more stable. When it's tied to a limited finite resource, it maintains its value far better than a fiat currency, where the money supply can be increased at will.
Coming
Okay.
off the gold standard was jarring for the economy, just
Yeah.
because it was a simple matter of coming off the standard.
Yeah.
But and it was also the 70s. We had the Iran crisis and
Well,
all that, and then
we were jumping from the gold
I'm
standard to
just
the
I'm just saying,
petrodollar.
I'm providing evidence uh, that we don't need gold necessarily because it, I, it's just a
What
metal.
what do you mean by gold though? We don't need it. The
But other assets too. It doesn't necessarily have to be gold.
Yeah, well, not gold, but a non-fiat currency, right? Like I don't know. I don't want to talk down to you, but you understand the concept of a fiat currency? Do you know what I'm saying when
Now, I don't know what a fiat currency is, but
Either.
you don't? Okay, just to get the dictionary definition because I'm not good at it. So yeah, okay. Fiat currency, fiat money is a government issued currency not backed by any physical commodity like gold or silver. It holds its value through public trust, government decree, and use as legal tender for debt settlement. Examples include the US dollar, euro, and yen. It offers economic stability and control, though it risks inflation through excessive printing. So how it works, it's not tied to a finite resource, allowing central banks to manage factors like liquidity, interest rates, and credit supply. It acts as a
no, that's
unit
it.
of account, medium of exchange, store of value, primarily managed by central banks to maintain economic stability. Its value is determined by supply and demand, stability of the issuing government, and public trust in its purchasing power. So it's only as stable as people trust it to be, and its
No, it's
value
as stable
determined
as the
by supply.
politicians make it.
I'm sorry, what? I'm
It's as stable as our legislature makes it because
right.
our
That's what I'm
debt has
saying.
doubled every year. Not doubled, but
It's
our debt
it's
has gone up every
its
year since we've
supply
gone.
is. I'm sorry. I keep.
Let's go. The debt has gone up. We don't need gold if we are fiscal.
I'm
So
not okay. I'm not saying we need gold. I'm just saying that the fiat currency is not a good thing.
Uh,
I don't remember how we got onto this either.
it basically is
Started out as a joke about
it's
Fort Knox, but
it's more stable in a way because it's not tied to gold, meaning if we sell the gold and now don't have as much gold, it doesn't lower our currency. So that in that way it does stable, but
yeah.
it
Well,
also
yeah.
without anything backing it, it's still kind of like, okay, so what does this really mean?
Yeah, the gold, yeah, there is a problem with the gold standard in the sense that um it's tied to the nation's treasury supply. And so that means if you go with your dollar and exchange it for the gold value as you know, in theory should be able to, right? Then in theory also that would mean that foreign powers who get US dollars could go and exchange it and just deplete the national treasury by cashing in all of their gold certificates. So yeah, I guess um, there's something to be said for that as in terms of a weakness.
Mm.
They both have
So
their
it
downsides, both have
encouraged, yeah,
good.
well, the gold standard encouraged stable trade, but it was abandoned because it limited government flexibility to manage economic crises and restrict money supply during downturns. So
Basically
they
allowed
wanted to
them
be
to
able to
save.
arbitrarily change the money supply in order to change the value of it. And with that arbitrary supply, they then have gone and run up the debt as much as they want because there's nothing to stop them.
That's that's not correct at all.
No.
No, they're running up the debt because they're bad at spending money.
And because there's nothing to stop them.
Mm.
There, I mean, the money supply was the restriction before. Separating it from the gold currency, turning it into a fiat, is what allowed them to change the amount of dollars in the.
My question is, what if Elon just goes from bank to bank to bank to bank and just gets as much cash slowly? Would he ever be able to just collect all of the cash in America?
Most of the American currency is not actual physical currency. It's just numbers on computers. And that's a big part of the problem. It's not real. It's just imaginary, made up.
Hmm.
It's, if you watch
You
Rick
can
and
go to the
Morty,
ATM.
if you watch Rick and Morty, that one episode where he goes into the like destroys that space station, the government that those insect creatures own, and destroys it, causes an entire economic collapse because he went into their computer system and changed their currency and they said, "Oh my gosh, our currency has changed to being worth one of itself to being worth zero of itself." That's basically what it is. They can change how much money exists, which changes how much money is worth,
I think I
and
have
they
the
can do that at will.
I think I have the answer to Pookie's question. Um, there are $55 billion of notes of bills
Yeah.
in circulation. I'm quite sure that Elon Musk is worth more than 55 billion. So probably not going to be able to, even if he scooped up every single dollar in America.
That would be interesting to just have like a room just full of the money I have so far.
Yeah, like
It would be a
Scrooge
warehouse.
like Scrooge McDuck, right? When he not Scrooge McDuck, what's that rich duck's name?
Scrooge
He
McDuck.
dives off into the
That's
pool of
Scrooge.
money. That's Scrooge McDuck. Okay.
Hmm. I
Is
got
it
another
physically
one here
possible
that,
to jump into
huh?
a pool of money?
It would
Is it
probably
not?
hurt. It's metal.
I was I was
Yes.
thinking that
It's not a liquid. No.
you probably wouldn't sink. You just
No.
um. But I have another article
The
here.
total physical currency, coins, and
Oh
notes in
my.
circulation is roughly 2.37 trillion.
Oh, well, I read wrong.
So the money
Hey,
supply has, unless, I mean, this is looking at the AI overview, so who knows if it's, but yeah, the money supply, M2, total US money supply is approximately 22.67 trillion,
Then maybe you could.
according to Federal Reserve. Um, includes cash checking deposits, easily convertible savings, while the
Oh
total
no, that's
physical currency in circulation is roughly 2.37 trillion. So that's, yeah, the total money supply has increased significantly from around 4 trillion in 2020. So yeah, they can just invent from 4 trillion to 22.67 trillion dollars of US money in existence over 6 years because it's not tied to any actual value. It's a fiat. So,
um,
um,
yeah, they. It's interesting here. I was wondering how much can you actually withdraw, but some of the banks I see only as much as 5,000, which is interesting. Uh,
there's usually
yeah,
daily limits.
banks don't have much in their vaults at all, really. They're not like big. It's not like you see in movies like a big vault door and all these,
yeah,
dollars and
I
gold
know that
bars
much.
piled up everywhere. But yeah, the total amount of money that the bank holds for you, um, almost all of it exists just as a number on their computer. Only a couple $1,000 actually exists in banks at any given time. Um, because most of the money supply is just made up out of nowhere.
All right. Well, how about this? We are the richest nation in the country, or world, whatever, you know what I mean. Stuck with that certain amount of gold, would
Yeah.
we have this fiscal flexibility? Would we have so many large institutions, financial institutions, and uh, if it harbors fiscal responsibility and limited, you know, harbors responsibility as such, wouldn't it have the opposite effect as limiting uh, growth in the economy?
Um, okay, if we have the opposite, would it increase growth of the economy? Is that
Or sorry, limit growth of the economy.
Shout out to Nation Mate.
um it could. It would like I said before, it would limit the flexibility to react. Um yeah, so I mean that is a good point. Having an entirely gold, silver, precious metal standard um is extremely restrictive in a lot of senses.
Um,
But restricting the potential for national debt, I think, is one of the good side effects that would come about from that because
Well, there's another way to look at it. And I don't think this would apply to the US, but for a country that's not rich in gold and silver and stuff like that, but maybe rich in farms and wood and stuff, other things that are still worth it.
resources.
The only way they could get gold is by buying it. When those countries like inflate those prices to get more resources from the poorer country. So the poor country might have a more reason to use the fiat system.
Well, that's another problem. Like that's one of the risks of a fiat currency when you can create more of it at will out of nowhere. It produces the potential for hyperinflation, where you see things like a Zimbabwe $1 million note being worth like pennies of American dollars,
Mm.
because they just printed more and more and more to pay for whatever, and it you know, at a certain
Wow.
point, the money supply is so increased that, it doesn't. So,
Sorry, I moved back onto this. But
no,
if you guys
it's
like the topic, hit the likes button and subscribe.
Okay, there, do that. Zimbabwe, that's an interesting choice. I'm surprised you didn't mention every other
I
country
mean,
in the world that's a fiat economy.
well, I mean, Lebanon experienced hyperinflation. Um, I mean, yeah, my best friend is from Lebanon. When he went to visit, they cost 12,000 Lebanese something whatever for a piece of candy for his kids. The Lebanese government is strapped, and they just
Well,
print
I
more
mean,
because they
certain
can.
countries are going to be, you know, have
But
different financial difficulties.
what was
Others are
interesting
not.
about Zimbabwe, though, I'm wondering. You pointed that out specifically.
But maybe they should go back to a gold standard then. If it's good, if that works for them, they're a small country. I mean,
Well,
go
no, I'm
nuts.
just
But it
no
seems
hate
all
on Zimbabwe, but
the major economic countries are fiat systems.
$1 trillion bill they have. Sorry,
No,
yeah, the countries they have. Yeah, I mean, you are right. Most countries that follow this pattern, this system, do not experience that sort of hyperinflation. So it's not a sure thing. I should not play it out as if that's an inevitability of a fiat system, but um, it's not possible with a gold standard, unless you like discover a gold vein under your feet that changes the economy, the world economy. Um, yeah.
Um,
Hmm.
I was gonna ask, were we gonna segue into gun control conversation with Andrea here, or if not, I got something else before that. We want to do that first. Uh, Thoughts?
All about guns.
Uh, Gun control in particular, I guess.
I'll talk
Uh,
anything guns.
all right.
I'll try not to get emotional too, this time.
especially with
I
a
really
gun.
enjoyed the conversation last time you guys did it.
Mhm.
Yeah, you gotta not be afraid. You gotta open up, let people know how you feel. Raw emotion.
Oh,
But
mm,
yeah, people are loving you. I got something here, and it just how Canada's largest gun control effort in decades is missing the mark. I know this will segue into something after I read it.
it is. Uh, yeah,
It
you read that
says
out loud. I got it pee again, but I'm listening. So yeah.
it says Heidi has been calling for a ban on assault rifles since 1989 when a gunman opened fire on her classmates at a Montreal's École Polytechnique. The shooting, in which 14 women were killed and more than a dozen injured, was a turning point for Canada, changing how the country viewed gun violence. More than 2 decades later, after another deadly mass shooting in 2020, Ottawa did roll out a ban on 2,500 models of such assault style weapons, but a scheme designed to buy back these now prohibited guns from their owners has had a bumpy rollout, and the program looks likely to miss the mark. Many legal gun owners and distrustful of the process, two provinces have refused to take part, and even gun control activists like Regine say the federal efforts, though a win for public safety, are flawed because a ban does not apply widely enough. Without a comprehensive ban on assault weapons, there is no ban, and the money will be wasted, says Rajin, spokesperson for gun control advocacy group Police About. Even Canada's own Minister of Public Safety, Gary, these names, they got some long names in the country. Okay, he said even Canada's own Minister of Public Safety, Gary, was caught criticizing his government's plan in an audio clip leaked to Toronto Star, where he said, "Don't ask me the logic to you on this." He told the Toronto Man in secretly recorded conversation last year when pressed on programmed value when most gun crimes in Canada are committed with um, I don't know how to pronounce this word. ANANDASANGAREE. Might be a
Agree.
name.
That's it.
I'll pronounce it how it looks.
No,
Anan San Ungary. Anyway, whoever that was said his comments were misguided and that he believes in the program's importance. So why is Canada struggling with a measure that saw success in places like Australia, where 650,000 firearms were brought back and destroyed after Port Arthur massacre in 1996, according to figures by the Australian government, and New Zealand, which collected around 56,000 firearms after the Christchurch mosque shooting in 2019. Joel Joel Negan, a professor of public health at the University of Sydney, said Australia's measures in 1996 largely worked because they were part of a broad suite of measures implemented very quickly after the massacre. Australia's program was also well funded thanks to a short term levy that was placed on taxpayers, he noted. The situation in Canada is the gun buyback has been proposed, but it's not necessarily linked closely to their interventions. Adding its rollout along with other gun related laws after 2020 Nova Scotia mass shooting has been fragmented. Canada's plan is for gun owners to be reimbursed by the government when they turn in their weapons similar to measures in Australia and New Zealand, more than C, 215 million, and then 155 million, I guess, was the exchange from that. Wow. It's been set aside for that. That's all, basically. Yeah, they're buying back their guns. That's nice. But I mean, hey, Mark, go ahead. I see you shaking your head. Go ahead.
No, that's stupid. That is so dumb. They're not buying back their guns. They're just buying back Grandpa's old hunting rifle because, it's old and dirty and taking up space in the gun cabinet anyway. No. Bullshit. Look at how effective that buyback program was in 89 or what, 96 was it? Look at how it prevented that Christchurch mosque shooting in 2020. Look at how effective these have been, right? Yes, major success in Australia. No, it's bullshit. It is bullshit.
Um,
I saw you put your
Also,
finger up, Kevin.
How many mass shootings have been in Australia past 30 years?
let me
What's the
find out.
population? What's the population of
One.
Australia? How do you
There was like
define
one
mass
a few months
shooting?
ago.
How do you define mass shooting versus how is it defined over here?
No,
The
you
way it's
brought up
defined over
Australia,
here is
and
overly broad. The definition, if we apply it over there, very likely would change. Um, what's the population? The population of Australia is what, less than that of California? So we shouldn't be comparing nationwide statistics from a country of 330 million to the nationwide statistics of a country with a couple million.
we
This
should.
isn't an apples to apples comparison if you're looking at
This,
just
I
numbers.
I have numbers, kind of.
Statistics can be easily used to deceive and manipulate people who do not know what statistics are, how to use them, how to apply them.
All right.
I
News
have
Well,
I
agencies,
have some
organizations.
statistics.
okay,
Okay,
you reason.
yeah,
This is comparing the USA to Canada.
okay.
So I don't know how I can't think of the population off the top of my head, but this
Yeah, I don't know. I'm
the
gonna,
way this counts it counts it um per 100,000 people, not as a whole.
okay.
Um in Canada, violent crime was 334 incidences per 10,000 people compared to the US, which was, oh, excuse me, I'm confusing those. The 334 was the US, 252 per 10,000 in Canada. And
Okay,
that
sorry, what
was
was the
in
number?
2003. And that is,
Could
it
you give
says
me the numbers?
30% higher.
What was the number in the US and what was the number in Canada?
252 in Canada, 334 in the United States per 10,000. Not 10,000, 100,000.
What were
One,
the shootings or mass shootings?
no, just violent crime.
Violent crime.
Yes.
What, I mean, okay, so we would need to know how
Violent crime
Canada,
using guns. Sorry, I should.
okay, okay, okay. So we'd need to know how Canada defines violent crime, in order to know if it's actually comparable to the US violent
Um,
crime statistics.
i.e., major
Um,
assault, attempted murder, and level 1 and 2 or 3 assault.
okay, cool. Is that a link or something that you like have that you could? I'd
If
like
I
to see that. because there's some stuff there. It sounds like that's a pretty meaty argument.
Yeah,
I want
you
to
might
dig
be
into those numbers.
definitely. Let me see if this is from
But I mean,
Canada.
just circling
Copy.
back around to the ideas of that that these programs were um,
I'll have to do it on the Reddit.
they they no buybacks only get what people voluntarily offer over. You're never gonna get all of them. You're gonna get the cheap, old, broken stuff. Um, it's pointless.
And I
Buyback
agree with you for the
programs,
most part.
yeah. And when gun control laws are proposed, and they say, we're gonna have a buyback and this and that, it's just, you know, it's meant to be seen as, okay, we're not just confiscating, you're getting, but it really is just confiscation. The only way that a buyback program would work is if they know who has guns, what guns they have, where they are, and that doesn't exist. So I don't think any buyback program can ever be successful. What does start to get me concerned is when they start talking about creating a registry, a list of assault weapons or whatever, who owns them, serial numbers and stuff, because serial numbers are only worth as much as, whoever can be tied to them. And that only exists at the point of purchase. So, um, and um, because of the Fourth Amendment, at least here in the state of Florida, there's a law that requires the destruction of um, firearm purchase
I didn't.
records in order to prevent the creation of a registry, a de facto gun registry, because that has been ruled to be illegal, a violation of the Fourth Amendment. So what I mean, yeah, that's a problem when um, gun control is proposed that says, okay, we'll register assault weapons, and because assault weapon is an arbitrary definition. It doesn't have any meaning except what the gun grabbers decide. They can turn anything into an assault weapon if they just say, give the definition. I mean, I don't know. It's stupid. It's um can
Uh,
I real
you
quick
want
though,
me
can I
to?
So, I
Pookie,
mean, effective gun
I
control can be done. It has been done.
it's
We are
never
an
been
anomaly
successful.
in this world. For some reason, we are the only country, only first world country that does not apply effective gun control. Tell me why.
Second
Because we
Amendment.
have
We're
a
the.
Second Amendment right to
Yes,
own
I
and
know.
bear firearms.
I think we're the
And
only country that has that type of right.
yeah, thank
Oh,
God. We're the only country that has been born out of a revolution. It was born initially, and the Constitution was written, the Second Amendment was made because the founding fathers intended for there to be no standing army. Um, that turned out to not work out so well. It turned out we needed to have a standing professional army. But the Second Amendment was meant to provide the nation with its fighting forces against tyranny. Um, we, the people, the right to bear arms, we were the
tyranny.
ones who were supposed to, we were the ones who were supposed to rise up and overthrow, you know,
It looks like just
rise up
assault
and defend
rifles are
ourselves.
just people shooting stuff in their backyard. Is that
No,
tyranny?
it's not.
That's
Oh,
a well-trained militia. You don't just pick up a rifle and become an effective marksman, okay? You got to practice. If you think that a well-trained militia means just having the guns, no. It means using them, being proficient, being a skilled marksman. And another thing, you are wrong about the gun control. The only first world country effective gun control, Switzerland. Switzerland
oh,
has every citizen is required to serve in the forces. Every citizen is required to own what in this country would be called an assault weapon. Ooh, oh no.
but
Every country, every single person has a gun, knows how to use them. There are
so they're
photos of
required
people,
to
there are
they are
photos of
required
people
to
in Switzerland
have
walking
that
around with
information of
their
that
guns
weapon,
strapped
correct?
on their lap, yeah, strapped on
That's
their
not the
back.
question I asked.
You
It's
you
not.
didn't ask a question before I finished my statement. They
Well,
have
you got to listen
there's
first.
pictures of people walking around in a grocery store with the gun strapped on their back after they had just finished with target shooting, and it's perfectly normal. Nobody blinks an eye because they're a well-trained militia. And nobody invades Switzerland because everybody will fight back. Nobody can get a foot in there. Not just
I think
because of
we all
I
know
mean, the
why no
mountains
one
help
invades
too. But
Switzerland.
the no first world country has applied effective gun control argument is also bullshit. There, like
I,
that.
What's
Go
up,
ahead.
Toaster?
I don't think I've ever stated my stance on guns.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I personally will never own one. That being said, I don't think the problem is owning the guns. I think it is the training. And I believe that if you own a gun, you should be required to go through the training. You can still decide, I don't want to do this, like me, and be like, okay, guns are for other people. But if you decide to own a gun, you should be required to go through training. That's my stance.
Yeah, I mean the Bill of Rights was written in under the assumption of a a responsible you know upstanding people who understood that clause. A well-trained militia being required for the safety of, I mean, it made sense to people. We need to practice. We need to be
Did they
proficient.
though?
But, huh?
How much did they know? How infallible were these founders? They got everything right.
Okay. Do not
Oh,
put
they were
words
very
in my mouth.
fallible.
I never said infallible, okay? Don't be shitty. Um,
They were infallible humans who
they they
aspired something great for where they live.
they knew what
Mhm.
the preceding clause meant. A well-trained militia. They knew. And on top of that,
I'm gonna
a
be honest. I don't know
firearm
what the hell you're
was
talking about with this militia
necessary
stuff.
for the life. Okay, you don't know what this militia stuff
Where are these
means?
militias? Under here?
The militia meant the people everywhere. Go read Heller versus DC 2008
No,
Supreme Court decision on
you go
firearms.
read it.
Landmark case. Landmark case. If you don't know what was decided in DC versus Heller, then you should not be talking at all about what the first preceding clause means in the
It's
Second Amendment.
let
That
me
was decided and defined by the Supreme Court
let
in
me
that
read
case. Okay?
the Second
You
Amendment.
say you don't know what a well-trained militia means. Go read DC versus Heller. It is literally, that is the Supreme Court case law. That
They
is why it is known as an individual right. That is where it came from. Okay? Go read it.
Let me read what the full text of the Second Amendment says. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
Yep.
Now that is a run-on sentence if I've ever seen one.
No, it's two sentences with comma there. The right
Instead
of
of a period.
well,
Or
Hey,
a
Mark,
no,
semi.
that's what the Supreme Court case decided. 2008, Heller versus DC. Okay, they defined it's two clauses, the right of a a well-trained militia being necessary for the preservation of a free state, comma, the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So,
Yeah, that should have been like.
Kevin, go read DC
All right, all
versus
right, all right.
Heller
But
I'll
if you
give you
don't
that.
understand
I
what the
want to
Second
move
Amendment
on. I
means.
want to move
uh,
on. I want to move on.
Okay.
Just calm down.
but
Well,
the
We
DC versus Heller affirmed the right for handguns to be kept for self-defense inside of the home and outside of being a part of the ambiguous militia.
yes, and part of the entire full opinion, it defines what the Supreme Court believes those two clauses mean. They're that was the big decision, the big argument, because like Kevin says, what does militia mean? Where is this militia? That's what the case was arguing. Why are people allowed to have handguns if they're not part of some organized militia? If they're not part of the police force, police force could be a militia, right? National Guard might be the militia. Is the militia the army? Like, what is it? What does it mean? Is it all of those libertarian weirdos that have the Gadsden flag stood up in their little camp in the middle of nowhere, some in the woods? What is a militia? So that is part of what the whole opinion of DC versus Heller came out with.
That seems extremely convoluted and
Well,
just a
U.S.
distraction from
law
the main
is
argument of
extremely
guns.
Well, it's
convoluted.
also time, how time has gone. First, the Second Amendment came. There was no standing army and stuff like that. So everyone never questioned, okay, I can keep a gun. I can keep a gun. I can
I
keep
can
a
keep a
gun.
gun and I
Right.
can rise up against the British if
And
they come and try to invade
Is there
I'm
again.
not
any
done, Mark. And
Hmm.
then later on, the army is well brought to life, the navy, everything.
Navy came
Police,
first.
yes, they came first. And then people started questioning, well, we have this militia now. Is it right for this person to keep this handgun in their house or this rifle in their house or anything?
But
They're
I
not
mean,
part of the
this
army.
handgun,
And
by the time
that's
they got
what,
to this handgun question, that was already
well, that
answered
just happened
earlier.
to
There
be
was
the
no
gun in
question
question was a
about,
handgun. It could have been a
there was,
rifle.
yeah, there was no question about the right to own arms, like a Civil War era, the expansion out west. There was no question about it. It was only in the latter half of the 20th century that it became a challenge. So it's not like it went immediately into, okay, we have an army now, we don't need a Second Amendment. No, it was known and understood, and yeah, it was
And
only
then
like
argued,
very
which is
recently.
why it got to the Supreme Court.
Yes, but only very recently was it argued and challenged. It was not immediately into handguns and is it an individual right? It was,
right?
yeah.
All right, what's our next topic?
No, 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 no. So we've defined what a militia is. What are arms?
If you don't know what firearms are, you shouldn't be talking
No,
about gun control at all, man.
no. I think that's a valid question.
Arms, firearms. Yeah, it is a
Firearms.
device that
I
takes
thought that meant
a
anything
an
to protect myself with.
explosive charge behind a projectile and sends it through a tube at a target.
Okay,
Fire, fire.
guns and
I mean,
everything.
come on.
So
What is
where do you
this?
draw the line at with firearms? What
Well,
is too much
the
for a
Supreme
Well,
person
Court
to own?
has
in
interpreted arms to
86, the National Firearms Act of 86 made machine guns heavily restricted. It's only allowed to be owned by, well, okay, first off, no machine guns produced after 1986 are legal for a citizen to own. It's only those that were already purchased. Um, so that's too much. But if you want to own a fully automatic firearm that was built before 1986, there's a tax stamp that you have to apply for. You have extensive background checks that are run by the ATF. It is about a 2 to 3 year long process. Um, Same with a suppressor. You
What
know,
about a Gatling gun?
you need to go through all of those hoops to buy a suppressor, which in
Can I have a
England,
Gatling gun?
or Australia, did you know that having a suppressor is required? It's
What about a
considered
Sherman
safety
tank?
equipment for hunting, you know?
Is a
It's
Sherman tank too
silent.
much?
Huh?
Can
Yes.
I draw? I want to go to work, and I'm afraid of the people around me.
Oh, well, that
And
wouldn't be
my
allowed because of the
militia.
rules of the road. You would have to have
Oh,
flaggers
okay.
because
As
you'd
long
be
as
an
I keep my
oversized vehicle.
so I need an RPG to protect myself from people.
Okay,
Yes.
that's illegal. That's
No,
illegal
no,
from
no. Don't you
1986.
infringe on my second degree right to bear arms
Second degree.
and be a militia.
No, it
You
was
are infringing on my
1986
right.
National Firearms Act. That's already done that for you, man. That's already controlled those guns for you. They've done your job.
You.
Come on.
Okay.
What is the point? And you only get one
The
round for it. As soon as you fire that round, it's gone. You can't buy another one because none of them produced after 1986 are legal for a United States citizen to own.
the general term arms, and this is coming from Grammarly, so just beware, refers to any weapon that a person wears for defense, can take into their hands, and use in wrath to strike or cast at another.
Andrea?
Well, I just have a question. How many of you guys were actually raised around guns?
Ooh. Not so much.
Kind of, sort of, when I visited my grandfather.
Kevin,
Mm,
were you raised with around guns?
Have any of you been a victim of gun violence?
oh
Yes.
yeah.
I have.
Okay.
Yes.
But
How
no,
many
I
times?
was not raised about around guns.
Mark, I'm assuming that you were raised around guns.
No, my mom is deathly afraid of guns. That's what made them so appealing.
My mom is too, but
It's
she's a
ridiculous. It's
Navy
a
brat.
machine. It's no more dangerous than her car in the garage over there. That can do more
Actually,
damage than my firearms can.
statistically, guns are now more dangerous than cars.
Statistically, how is that statistic made? What statistic is that? And I mean, no, I don't agree with that. I think that there's
Just
probably
recently,
more car deaths than
just
firearm deaths
recently,
each year.
just
Mhm.
recently, uh,
Mhm.
the biggest killer of Gen Z and Alpha is guns, not cars anymore.
So you don't think that anyone should have a gun?
I never said that.
So, huh.
Based on data from 2023, gun deaths 46,728 outpaced motor vehicle deaths 4,000 43,273 in the US. Firearms have become the leading cause of traumatic death in children aged 1 to 19.
I think I shot my first gun at the age of 8.
I
Around
didn't
then.
shoot my first gun until I was well into my 20s.
Well, my dad had several firearms. Everything from just like a rifle all the way up to,
Those
large
gun-related
handguns.
injuries in the U.S. that they're talking about, that 46,700 number, that includes suicides. That's not a good a fair representation. Not a good faith
Why not?
statistic.
Again, that's I should have prefaced that with I was asking Google.
Yeah, I did too, and I just looked at what it dug into what it cited a bit more. So yeah, I don't think it should
Person is
be.
more likely to kill someone in their own house than an invader. So yeah, I think that counts. All I know is
Well,
what I see and
those
the
are
stats.
different. That's yeah. But
Mentally ill
you take
person
out
should
the
not have a gun.
suicide deaths, but from firearm, and you get less than the total number of car fatalities than violent gun deaths per year. So I don't think that that's a good faith statistic that you're citing when you say that
Oh,
there's
I will
more.
be right back. There's something I wanted to show you guys.
Okay.
Hold on, I dropped my little marble. I gotta. This is
Everybody
not.
out there watching, press that thumbs up button. Throw some comments in there. We do answer the audience when we can.
I'll just finish by saying this. I never said take away guns. Did that ever come out of my mouth? No.
No, you said
You,
reasonable gun control, and then you were
Reasonable
never able
gun
to
control.
define what reasonable meant.
Mhm.
what do you
And
define as
and
reasonable gun control?
anything that you had defined as reasonable, I pointed out was already in place. So yeah,
I
that's
think we
why.
don't have any, we have very
Yeah, you
little.
thought that there was absolutely nothing. I explained the whole process to buy a handgun to you, and it was, yeah,
I can go down the corner right there and buy a gun for more
illegally
expensive. Yeah,
or
where they sell drugs. They sell guns too. Sell
okay,
everything.
whatever.
Which is
People
why
sell
there's no
guns
way they'll ever be
illegally.
able to get rid of the guns.
Yeah,
Well, if
gun
they
laws
traced it
only
back to
take
the original
firearms
buyer,
out of the hands of people who are owning and using them responsibly. It's not going to stop any criminals. You think gang members are not going to be able to get guns if, you apply a couple more gun control laws? Do you think that gang members observe the 10-round magazine limit in California? I've
Okay,
seen a
can I
lot of
Japan
cut in
has
here?
videos
Wait,
of
Japan has a huge gang
I
guys
want to,
presence.
on the street with the
Eastern Europe
Glocks
has
and
a
a
huge gang.
50-round drum.
guys,
Yeah,
guys.
that's a felony. Just to have that in California, that magazine is illegal.
What you got,
Yes,
Toaster?
it is. Our gun control
Actually,
laws
it's an
here
add-on
tight.
to Mark, but he
Uh,
kept
Yeah, and
going. But no,
are
sorry to
they
lose it.
effective, Pookie? Are they, you say the gun controls are tight. Are they effective? How difficult
I
is it for a gang member to get a firearm
I
under
know
those tight gun control laws?
I know someone who is okay. In North Carolina, if you have a restraining order against you, you are not allowed to have any firearms. I know someone who has a restraining order against them, but is keeping the firearms that his father was going to give to his underage sons.
and we are live.
And I didn't, oh shit.
And yeah, it's
Hypothetically, for
no turning back
entertainment
now.
purposes only,
Well,
things
he can
like
go screw
this.
himself anyway.
Sometimes, yeah. Everything we say here is for entertainment purposes only, does not constitute any confession of any sort.
Oh no, this isn't a
Everything
confession.
is entirely fictional, and no law
Lied to him.
enforcement is allowed to use any of this as any sort of confession. We're just shooting shit here.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not me. It's not
Gun
me,
laws.
and it's not. Anyway, this is what I wanted to show you guys. Ever seen a
But
5-leaf
yeah,
clover?
No.
no. Wow.
Yeah, that's a
Where'd you
first.
find that? That's pretty
In my
cool.
backyard.
Oh wow. Did it? Oh, that'd be a dumb question. Yeah.
What, sorry, Andrea, what were you saying? Gun control laws, something?
As far as I'm concerned, gun control laws and all this stuff is just all it does is keep the honest people honest, and the people that aren't going to cause problems, it's restricting them. Whereas all of the people that are out there going to be committing violent crimes and things like that, it's not really going to affect them as much
Yeah,
because they're not following the laws anyway.
the people selling illegal drugs already at the corner. You think they're going to be bothered by getting illegal guns to keep themselves safe from um,
What?
their uh,
What about the people
rival
who
counterparts?
like
What
that?
a
Like
bunch of
outside of them.
defeatists, cowards. This country
No,
um,
is. We
actually,
used to take on
realists
challenges,
and
and
knowledgeable, um,
we used to
safe,
say, you know what?
responsible,
If we have a
law-abiding
problem,
citizens.
we face it, and we're going to take this challenge
Yes,
on.
if we have a problem, we're going to face it. If somebody comes at me with a gun, I am not going to be able to trust the police to come and intervene on my behalf. I am responsible for my own safety and defense.
I like
Listen here, Punisher.
Stephen A. is your screen
You
name.
are not a superhero. This is not a Clint
No,
Eastwood
I'm
movie.
not.
But he's also
That's
Okay,
trained.
why I need the Second Amendment. I'm not a superhero.
Mm.
But he's also trained.
Yes,
right. All right.
And he
Okay.
does, and I know he keeps his guns away safely.
locked. Yeah. I mean, I've done everything. I've gone and voluntarily submitted my fingerprints to the sheriff. That's
And
above and
that's
beyond.
excellent. I
So
commemorate you for doing that because that's the kind
that's,
of thing I
yeah.
want for, just basic stuff like that. You
All the
know,
gun
I,
owners to do.
but yes, they
But a
should all
problem
do
with that
that.
though is if that's required for every gun purchase, that means that there is a de facto gun registry. And a gun registry just means that there is a list for confiscation eventually. If someone decides, nope, you can't have that anymore, they know exactly where to go to get it and
You have
take
your
it
Or
away
gun
it's a
from you.
list for the militia when
and
the
your
first militia fails.
It's a
I did
list for
not
the
say that.
government to come take your guns away when
Yeah.
they decide they don't want you to have guns anymore.
Yeah, involuntary gun buybacks or
Mm.
just outright confiscation. They don't need voluntary anything. They'll just take. I mean,
Um,
yeah,
one thing is, in California, you can't go and get a gun the same day. Uh, well, I
yeah.
mean, you
There's
got your background checks and stuff. Uh, so then they'll call you unless you're like a frequent buyer or something like that. Um, but also California, they had this thing where your bullets got the barcodes on it now, so that helps a lot too. You know who shot it? Where's your gun? It's in a closet. They look in. Oh no, it's been stolen. How about you take a ride downtown with us?
Yeah, that's another issue. If they have everybody's serial numbers and fingerprints all done or whatever, then somebody steals a firearm and you don't realize it, and then they commit a violent crime with that firearm, it goes back to you. How can you prove it wasn't you that did it, right? Your barcode is on that bullet, and your gun, your serial number was your fingerprints show that your gun did that. It's like, no, they should have to do a little more legwork than that.
Mm. A little more legwork than the barcode thing.
Yeah. Besides, I mean, that's excessive anyway. The bullets have those characteristic. I mean, every
The
barrel is it leaves.
striations.
It's like, yeah. Thank you, Andrea. The striation. That's the word. Every barrel leaves a slightly different pattern on the bullet as it goes and twists and exits. You don't need to have a barcode on the case in order to know that the bullet comes from that gun.
Every
But
piece
they,
of evidence helps.
well, when a lot of those pieces of evidence have a very, very high likelihood of incriminating an innocent person, those should not be instituted.
It seems like you want freedom for yourself on this one,
I
but
do. I want to be free, and I want all of my fellow Americans to have the same freedoms that I want. Whether or not they choose to use them, it doesn't matter to me, but I want my freedoms to not be infringed any more than anybody else's. Is that a problem?
no, I'm just thinking.
I mean, I don't,
I mean, there has to be some compromise.
You don't think the
Just
barcode helps?
if somebody can come up
Barcode's gonna
with
get
something that
destroyed.
seems like a
Yeah,
compromise
people
that
scratch
doesn't
them off.
lead to something that I mean, no, I don't,
The
any
compromise is better
compromise,
training.
any compromise that are made in terms of federal firearms rights only means a loss of rights for the individual that never get returned.
Hmm.
The
It's
more
it's
training,
not it's not a compromise. It's gradual erosion of the rights. So no, I don't think I'm willing to compromise on anything
so
like
we
that.
haven't seen
Maybe, okay, here, one thing. I'll say this. What do you think about having a whatever long, however long waiting period for long arms, rifles, fire, whatever, um,
shotgun.
shotguns, yeah, anything you gotta hold up to your shoulder, you know, a waiting period, you can make it, what, 30 days, 3 days, however long. Um,
Overnight,
make
you can get
that,
a
make
shotgun.
that I'll agree to that because currently there is no waiting period. You can go and buy a shotgun at Walmart and walk out of it that day. So
Yep.
if you change that to match sort of what handguns have to go through, that doesn't seem unreasonable to me. If suppressors, silencers, are removed from the National Firearms Act and are allowed to be bought and sold and purchased freely, um, just like a handgun. Buy it, come back 3 days later after your background check or whatever. That's a
why
compromise.
would you need a silencer?
Hearing protection.
They're used
You
for
shoot
hunters.
guns and they're loud. You don't have to wear earplugs. Then it's a lot nicer to go shooting target practice.
Not even
That's
rights are free.
What?
Not even rights are for free. You know, you're gonna have to
Okay,
lose
so I
some
proposed
hearing.
a
Yeah,
compromise
but
where I, the Second Amendment
that's
person, gets
silly.
a right back that was taken away. Okay, but you see, you say it's silly,
You know that
but
was way over the top.
suppressors are required
Assassins
for,
use silencers.
no, they don't. That's bullshit movie stuff. Okay, listen here, real quick. Suppressors are required equipment for hunters in England and in Australia. Both you tout as bastions of successful gun control. Okay, so why Why do they not have a problem with assassins and all this stuff? You know, they want their firearms users to have safe hearing protection, okay?
Because
So if
James
we
Bond
line
hogs
that
all
up
these
to match
silencers in England.
their wonderful gun laws and give our Second Amendment proponents the rights that Australians and British people have to have a suppressor without having to jump through bullshit loops and buy a tax stamp and wait years and maybe just get denied for arbitrary reasons. Um, I'll concede a right that currently exists for Second Amendment proponents if a right that was unjustly taken away is returned.
Well, it's
That's
not an arm.
compromise. Okay, so you're unwilling to compromise. You're unwilling to even
No,
discuss compromise then. So that's why I am anti-gun control. Every gun control thing. No, unless
we'll
you're
think of
talking.
something. We'll think of something. Just
Well, okay, so what? You see, if you
it seems
don't
like
know anything about firearms, then you're not going to be able to propose anything reasonable.
well, it seems like the state of weaponry has gotten so much. There's so many weapons, and
It
so
seems like to somebody who knows nothing about guns,
weapons are okay. We
it
have the
seems
most.
like
Don't be
Just okay,
mean.
easy
they're
there.
no more dangerous than they were in the 1980s, 1970s, 1960s. The AR pattern rifle has been the standard
Oh
for
yeah, they
what,
can. They,
70
they can't
years?
collapse a person's skull any less
No,
more
no,
powerful
they
than they
can't
can
really. No, no,
50 years
no.
ago.
5.56 round is not powerful enough to to collapse the skull. No, it'll make a hole if you hit it, but it's not going to collapse. No, you need a bigger
Only if you
round.
hit
Mm.
it. A
Yeah,
bullet
it'll
will
make a
only
hole
kill
if you
you
hit
if it
it.
hits
Like,
you.
yeah. So don't shoot at people you don't mean to kill.
And that's the people I want to take the guns away from. The people who are going to kill me. I don't want to take your
They're
gun.
gonna find a way to get those guns anyway.
Yeah, but it would be harder, and maybe we could stop them before it
No,
happens.
ghost guns are super easy to manufacture and they're cheaper for like yeah, they're cheaper to get
This one.
easily.
You can also
Honestly.
regulate ghost guns.
How? The
It's
entire
been
the entire
proven.
definition of ghost gun is produced underground without any manufacturer, any serial
I
number.
think
You just some rando dude who has a CNC mill takes a lump of aluminum and machines it into an AR rifle. You can't control that. Just period. You can't control that unless you take away the rights of Americans to own manufacturing machinery, equipment. If you take away the rights of Americans to work in the gunsmithing business.
Or, well, if you're taking a gun apart, you can certainly
What?
uh, look up the
From the
serial
man
numbers or
who's
anything.
never even taken a gun
gotta
apart,
go.
you can certainly what?
I don't know. I don't know everything about guns. All right. And I
No,
don't
but
sleep
so
with them under my bed, on my bed, under my cushion. I don't make a gun sandwich, everywhere I go. And
okay,
so,
cool.
so
So
I don't,
what were you trying to say then? If
I
you take
don't
a gun
know
apart,
that,
what?
I don't
What
know
are
that
you
much about ghost guns, but they
illegal,
can be
ban
regulated.
ghost guns how? If you don't, I mean, we can certainly regulate dot 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 dot. No, we can't. And that's the entire definition, the core definition of ghost
No,
guns
we
is
can't.
unregulated
I love this
manufacture.
attitude. No, we can't. No, we won't. It's just
Well,
super duper.
it's an argument that comes from experience and knowledge rather than a statement of ignorance.
Don't call me ignorant.
There's a comment here from Mark.
I mean,
It
you
says,
say you don't know about guns, that you're ignorant on this subject. I'll call you ignorant. That's not a
Mark,
bad thing. Ignorance can be
What
corrected if you
this? How about
exist.
you come outside your house and tell that? Oh, oh.
What? Cut
How about you
outside
come
your
here and
house?
say it? Yeah. Come
Uh,
over here and say that to me. You can't, because you can't leave your house. But I know you can go to your garden.
Okay.
Maybe you can grow some balls and come here.
there's a comment here from Mark. It
You're
says, Mark,
saying, you said before this thing, you said you're be real respectful.
Fuck you.
You
Mark,
said
can
you
you
weren't
find
going
a
to do
3D gun?
that. You apologized for that last time, and here we
No,
go
no, because you
again.
called me ignorant.
Well, ignorance is just a state of lacking knowledge. That's not a bad thing, okay? It can be
Yeah, but
changed.
you're a
I didn't call you
no, you're a
stupid.
condescending prick. It's what you are. You're pedantic and you're condescending.
Yeah, especially to people who don't know what they're talking about. I'll
I
educate
just want to
them. I'll
say I love
try
you
to,
all.
at least. I'll try to educate them. I'll try to fix and correct the ignorance for people who will listen, but somebody
The only
whose
person listening to
ego
you is
is
your
tied
cat.
up into, thinking that they're the smartest person in the room, when that illusion is shattered, you're just blowing up with insults. That's, it's fascinating to watch, actually.
Fascinating to watch.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mark,
Don't stop leaning into the autism thing. It's annoying
I mean,
Mark,
I
there's a
can't stop
comment
being
here
Kevin,
for you.
why you
autistic,
gotta be
so
so mean?
because he's a dickhead.
No, he's just talking about facts.
Mm.
I'm not saying that I disagree with you, because I do agree with you on some points, but I agree with Mark on a lot of points as well. I just don't see the need for anyone to be hostile.
Um, Mark, there's a comment here for you, and it says, "Can you 3D print a gun?"
yes, which is why ghost guns can't be regulated.
Oh, well, yeah. In other news, something here says euthanizing Marius the giraffe, zoos, genetics, and conservation. I'm just going to summarize what I did read. I'll just read it because it's hard to explain. It says on February 9th, 2014, staff members of the Corporation Copenhagen Zoo euthanized an 18-month giraffe named Marius, dissected his body in front of a live audience, and fed his remains to the lions. This has sparked a debate about the decisions the zoos must take in the make of conversation. Oh, in the name of conversation. I don't know if it's my eyes or what. See the wrong word. Um, Zoo staff members were refreshingly upfront about their plans to euthanize the giraffe. Predictability created an uproar from some animal lovers. Some even started a petition to save Marius. They solicited 27,170 signatures, just a bit short of their 28,000 goal. And a few other zoos supposedly agreed to take the giraffe. I'll admit that even I, pragmatic scientist I am, was taken aback when I first heard of the zoo's plan. In fact, I heard about the story on February 8th, just before hours after visiting the giraffes at my local zoo with my family. The truth of the matter is that zoos euthanize animals either to end suffering when they're injured, sick, or dying, or as a matter of conservation. The latter is what came into play in the decision to euthanize this giraffe. Giraffes are large animals, duh. It says duh. That wasn't my words. Uh, so there are limited number that can be kept in captivity. Even if another European zoo agreed to take Marius, the Copenhagen Zoo uh, still decided that this was not in the best interest of the giraffe conservation. This is because Marius was related to several giraffes already in captivity and therefore would not be added to the genetic diversity of captive giraffes. In short, Marius was killed to prevent inbreeding, and this makes sense. International zoo breeding programs exist to maintain the genetic diversity of captive populations. When inbreeding occurs, it reduces the health of the overall giraffe population, putting members at risk for genetic diseases and poor immune systems. It may sound heartless, but Marius was taking up valuable space. I can now go to a giraffe that will actually add to the genetic variation of the giraffe population at the Danish Zoo. One last paragraph. It says, what I found curious, and I'm not alone, is why the zoos decided to allow Marius to be born at all, knowing the breeding his parents would not add genetic diversity to the population. Visiting the zoo and the local zoo, just before learning about this story, I happened to have a lengthy conversation about this subject with an educator here. At our zoo, we have 2 adult female and 1 3-year-old male who is the son of one of the females. You can see them on camera in this picture. I asked how they prevent the male from mating with his mother and the older female, and the educator said the female giraffes are both on birth control. The zoo is considering bringing in a younger female from another zoo to mate with the young male, Jaffa Prince, in a few years.
So it
Yeah.
looks like that same zoo has gone on to euthanize a family of 4 lions to make room for 1 new male lion, too.
Wow.
So they're just killing,
What
killing
zoo
In
was
front
this?
of people.
It's
Huh?
over in Denmark.
What surprises me is it says they're doing this in front of people. They're dismembering this animal and feeding it to lions, like right in front of people. It's at a
Yeah.
live audience, so I'm assuming it's in front of them. Yeah, it's very interesting. It's messed up, but yeah. Do you think they could have sold them instead of killing them?
I just don't understand how they can say that it's for conservation.
Well,
And then
there's
the,
only a limited number of giraffes that are in captivity within Europe. So if they're all related to each other from, a certain small population that was initially caught and then I mean it is possible that they've all been interbred so much that even sending them over to that other zoo or any other zoo, if all of the giraffes in every other European zoo are basically his second cousins, first or second cousins, then I mean, y- I can see how it's bad for the genetic diversity of that, you know.
It said he's taking up valuable space. That is messed up to say like that. Like,
Yeah.
Seems like they could have had options. That's all. This shouldn't have been the first thing to do.
I
do you
wonder,
think they could have
I
put him
mean,
back in the wild?
yeah, probably not. If he's been born in captivity, he has no survival instincts for the wild. But I mean, if they didn't have room for him, or if they wouldn't have room for him, if they knew that to begin with, like, there's that question, why did they allow him to be born in the first place? And it raises a question in my mind. Did they breed him and like plan this? Did they breed him and let him be born in order to dissect him and display the carnivore and feed him to the lions eventually? Was he
That's
meant to be lion food from the beginning?
that's interesting. They didn't say that. Yeah, it may have been like that the case, but yeah, I just thought it was very interesting. I didn't know that this is something you can do. You can't do this in America, can you? Because it
I
says
mean,
Danish
I don't know. I don't see why they wouldn't be able to do it in America, but
in front of
draw
people is what I'm
you would
thinking.
draw a lot of hate. I mean, there's lion feedings at the zoo over like down the street from my sister's house over you know, the Space Coast. So they uh they gotta feed the lions something. I don't know. We
Yeah,
never went
I'm
to
sure.
any of those, but I don't know if they're doing live feeding or not. Wasn't there an episode of Always Sunny in Philadelphia where was it? Yeah, and oh, Dennis
The one
was
at
like
the
obsessed.
zoo, or
Yeah, and Dennis was obsessed with seeing the live feeding of the lions, right?
yes.
Yeah. Yeah, so I wonder, some zoos must do that, like go and tie a goat to a stake like they did for the T-Rex in Jurassic Park, right?
No, they don't want to. They don't want to be fed. They want to hunt. That's what they want to do.
Mm.
Is that, I don't know.
So just
Yeah,
dump a goat in there and
yeah.
let it wander around.
Mhm.
Hmm. I wonder if they have to do that every time, if the lions will just eat like cat food, big
Yeah,
fancy cat
I was
food,
actually thinking that. Do they have like lion chow?
like really big kibble.
Hmm.
Do they have the things so you can feed some of the animals? Do they have anything like they feed the lions?
I
I
would think that would
doubt
be too
that.
dangerous.
Yeah, I doubt
I
that.
fed a giraffe before, though.
Yeah, yeah, the
I
giraffes
think
are
that's what my
fun.
kid did.
Yeah.
I think it
I
was a
Their
guess
giraffe.
creepy
in a
long tongue.
roundabout way, by feeding the giraffes, we may have fed the lions. Oh,
Wow. Yeah, they got to put
Throw some antelope in
those
there. Give
giraffes
them
on birth
mix
control.
up their diet. Yeah.
Take the giraffe's ovaries out, and she can just do whatever she like. That would still be gross because it'd be her kid. So I can kind of see what they mean, but I would think someone would like the other zoo said they would buy them. If someone suggested they would, I mean, would you pass them on if someone asked?
That seems much more
well,
humane to send them somewhere else rather than to kill them.
Yeah. I
I don't
wonder
know.
how they did that in front of people because
Yeah, they
I
said
wonder how
dissect
that
him
did.
in front of the public. Like that's a little
Awful.
excessive. How would they have killed him for the public though?
That's what
Right?
I'm wondering. It says dissected his body
Like
in front of a live
bring
audience.
him in on a leash, walk him and tie him to a stake there and just take a shotgun and aim way
I
up.
couldn't imagine.
Pow. And then
And yeah,
yeah,
how do
big
you
Bowie
hang a
knife
giraffe?
like Crocodile Dundee and just boom, right, or like the lightsaber with Empire Strikes Back where Luke has to go inside the tauntaun and just like slice open the belly,
I
guts and stuff.
I wonder if the lions watched them slay this thing, or like because it says they dissected his body in front of a live audience and fed it to the lions. I'm wondering if like they were in the little engagement thing with the lions and just like, or did they take it piece by piece afterwards? Because that
Yeah,
is
maybe they were dissecting, like, for the audience, here's the giraffe, and, pull out, and here's the giraffe heart, we can see the size compared to a human's, and just fling it over the wall at the lions, and then pull out, and underneath the heart, we can see over there is the liver, and pull it all out, do a biology class style dissection in front of an audience, and then just the leftover meat is tossed to the lions. I don't know why that seems funny to me. That's really morbid.
press that thumbs up button to our audience. Tell us how you feel about dissecting a lion. No, dissecting
Dissecting a
giraffe
giraffe to feed a lion.
to
And then
feed them
I
to
wonder
a lion
also if
in
the
front of people.
lions if the lions that zoo then later killed were the ones that were fed the giraffe that they killed too.
Wait, no, I don't think they killed the lions. They just
They did.
killed the giraffe.
There were four. No, yeah, that same zoo later, after the same zoo that killed the giraffe, later killed a family of 4 lions to make room for one new male lion.
Wow.
So I wonder if the lions that they killed to make room for the new guy were the ones that were fed giraffe. Or, sorry, he had a name, Marius.
Marius.
He deserves to be remembered. Yes.
They
The
ran.
lions don't have names, or they probably did have names, but we don't have the lions' names.
Yeah, that's messed
Yeah.
up. But yeah, they started a petition and they got 27,170 signatures. What could that do? How do the signatures help?
I think it does raise awareness of some sort. Let's know. Oh, wait, the signature was to save the giraffe, right?
Right.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure not to kill the giraffe. I don't know. People are weird.
It
Yeah.
it also says that other zoos supposedly agreed to take the giraffe. I'll admit that even I pragmatic scientist I was a bit taken aback when I first heard of the zoo's plans. Yeah. So they had the option to give him to other places and they decided to not.
Yeah. Well, and they had apparently, I'm looking at an article here. Okay, American Association for the Advancement of Science. Okay, there we go. Yeah, they're talking about it, and it says that the way that they euthanized him, um, if they had used a drug to euthanize him, they would not have been able to serve the meat to the lions. So, like, while on the one hand it sounds um, inhumane to be killing and dissecting, on the other hand, it wouldn't, it could be seen and argued as being more humane, not humane, more responsible. Would that be? I don't know. Because it doesn't sound nice for Marius, whatever happened, however it went. But better that and be like the giraffe version of an organ donor than just
Basically
get
were.
get composted or whatever.
You weren't
Um,
even donated. You just was taken without option. Didn't even ask your mother. What if they would have gave the mother away and kept the little giraffe? Might have gave more food, but that still would be messed up because it's still feeding them. Eh. Yeah, I think the
they
worst
put
part
they can put
is
animals on
dissecting
birth
in front of
control.
the audience. That's messed up. That sounds gross. I couldn't watch that unless it's on
Asked how
TV.
they prevent the males from mating with their mother or the older female giraffes. The educator said the female giraffes are on birth control. How
Yeah,
about that? That's pretty neat.
yeah. Uh,
That zoo is considering bringing in a younger female from another zoo to mate with the young male Jaffa Prince in a few years. Jaffa Prince. Did he come from like a Middle East zoo? Something?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah. The educator also mentioned it is very difficult to move full-size giraffes. I can, yeah, I
I
can
would
see
think
that.
so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking that you got to go under underpasses and stuff like
Yeah.
that. It's gonna be like that one movie, Hangover 3, I think it was.
Or
He bought a
you gotta,
giraffe and he
you
killed it
gotta
on the freeway.
come over from above with a helicopter and lower down the like the straps and just
Too much work.
lift it up, its legs hanging, long neck, looking around and stuff, and just drop it down at the airport
He might
I
and
wonder
panic.
if they
load it
would be able
onto.
to sedate the giraffe and then like lay it down in like a on a trailer of some sort.
Probably. That would probably be the more
Yeah,
reasonable way to do it rather than
we were
helicopters and
thinking about a
whatnot.
helicopter.
Yeah.
The giraffe
Yeah.
would
Oh,
probably
come on. I
panic.
want to have fun with this. Let's do ridiculous stuff with it. I mean, moving a giraffe around in order to avoid feeding it to lions is ridiculous enough in the first place.
Just give
Let's
it a
Mission
leash.
Impossible this thing. Come on.
Just put it on a leash and take it for a
Put it on
walk.
a leash and walk right out the front. Yeah.
Hmm,
Just might have to open the doors a little extra wide.
That'd be hilarious. Can like a lion? I mean, a giraffe. I never like paid attention to the enclosure. If they were like capable to break out. Are giraffes even violent, or are they like docile animals? Oh, they are violent.
They can be mean. I, yeah.
Yeah, they fight by like swinging their head around and smacking each other with their necks.
Oh wow,
Something.
I never
Yeah,
seen
they've
that.
got those two like things up there. They're not like
Mhm.
horns exactly, but they got the oh, they
They're
got that.
they're bone though.
Yeah.
Huh. Um,
For some reason, for some reason, now I want to go look up giraffe fights.
it's
I've
Oh,
seen it.
somewhere
giraffe
on
fights
that.
lion? Yeah, hell yeah. Latest
When
item. Oh,
do
they're
you
like
think a
standing
full
side by
grown
side.
giraffe could take out a
Oh,
lion?
boing. Oh man, this is nut.
They would kind of stomp
Yeah,
them out,
they look. I mean, they
and
just
their
stand
stride
side
is
by
bigger.
side until they just decide to head bash like the one in next to them in the neck.
Oh wow. Um,
Oh, yeah. It looks like they give warning, so they flap their ears at each other and then bang. And then the other one goes right to ouch.
I couldn't imagine them, like you said,
Hear it.
slinging their neck. Is there a
Yeah,
bone
the long
there?
flinging
Maybe a
neck.
bunch of bones connected.
They
Well, I
have a
mean, it's
spine.
the arteries and stuff. You know, like we got arteries and everything, and that gets it's a vulnerable place for any mammal. Um, so if it can like crush the throat, the windpipe or whatever, or break a vertebrae or something, that would, you know, if you paralyze a giraffe from the neck down, that's a lot.
Uh, then we're here at the part where we read these "Am I an asshole?" post. It says, AITA. Am I an asshole for refusing to eat my wife's spaghetti after I found out what she put in it? Last night, my wife made spaghetti and it smelled amazing. She said she tried something new and wanted me to just eat it before asking questions. I had a few bites and it tasted kind of off, but not terrible. Just weirdly sweet and earthy. I asked what she changed, and she told me she blended up leftover spaghetti from 6 days ago and mixed it into the sauce to thicken it. I
I
immediately
re-
stopped eating. I know it is technically the same ingredients, but the idea of blended old noodles mixed into fresh sauce makes me feel sick. She got offended and said, I already ate half of her plate, so I clearly was fine and I was just being dramatic now that I knew. I told her that is exactly the point. I did not know. If I had known if I had known beforehand, I wouldn't have eaten it in the first place. She said I was being wasteful and disrespectful and acting like she served me garbage. I ended up making a sandwich because I could not finish it. And she got really upset and barely talked to me the rest of the night. Now she told her family and they think I embarrassed her, but my mom thinks it is gross. I should not have been tricked into eating it. I feel bad for hurting her feelings, but I also feel I should get a say in what I'm eating. Am I the asshole? No, no, not at
That's
all.
fucking disgusting. 6 day old spaghetti.
Yeah.
Right.
I
Oh
think I've
man,
had older, but
Um,
well, if
well,
he wants to
yeah.
say and what he wants to eat, he can make his own food.
he made the
That was the only
sandwich though.
part I,
That's wrong.
you know.
I
Yeah,
think
I
it's
mean
kind of
that's
shitty for her to turn her family against him because I have a feeling the story she told them wasn't what really happened.
yeah,
Right.
well, yeah, or at least not, yeah, not
Not the whole
That
truth.
entirely.
was not
Yeah. Um, yeah, I made this meal for him before he got off work, and it was all, and he just wouldn't. Well, yeah, I can see that.
I remember
It's
as a kid, my grandmother, no, not my grandmother, my great aunt, she fed me the deer sausage. Uh, but what she told me, I was like, what is this? It was good, but I was like, what is this? I knew it was different. I knew it wasn't a sausage like out of a package, not from at least stores around here at least. And she was like, it's food. I finished eating it because it was good, but
yeah.
it made me
I mean,
think
if
after
it's good,
I did sit down at the table, and my other aunt, she was just excited about it. Oh, look at this deer sausage, and then she said it, and I was like, oh, okay, that's why she didn't tell me what it was, but it was good.
Was
would
it like
you,
So
was it like
would
summer
you,
sausage?
it looked like it. Yeah,
would you not have eaten it at the beginning if you knew it was venison?
I think so.
Yeah. Did you finish, like, did you continue eating it, finish eating it after you learned it was venison?
Yeah, because I had already had three. They
It
were
was
like
good
little
enough to,
sausage.
yeah, nice.
Uh, yeah,
Yeah.
it was good. Like I said, I
That's
just wish
a great
I could
reason
have been told.
for Second Amendment rights. Hunting those deer, the venison meat is really good.
I grew up on it.
But
My
that's
dad
a,
was a deer
yeah,
hunter.
yeah. I had a roommate who it was so good. Venison steaks and sausage. Yeah. I was lucky just to I've never
I
been
had
hunting
something
myself,
else.
so yeah. But
I had something else, and it was, and I didn't know what it was, and I wasn't told. My sister just gave it to me.
oh,
It was curried lamb. I didn't know it was curry or lamb, but I
was it
finished it.
good? Yeah.
Then that's what she told me it was curried lamb, and I was like, "Oh, this is good. What was that?" And yeah, then I was just like, "Oh, all right. Well, I just had lamb."
What's the weirdest thing you've eaten then? What do you think? What would you say?
Um, I wouldn't say weird because these things were actually good. So
Unusual or atypical? Weird by the average American diet standard? I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that I mean, not weird in like a bad weird way, but weird in a, Most Americans don't come across that
Chitterlings.
on their day-to-day, you know?
Um, chitterlings. That is basically, uh,
Intestines.
yeah.
Okay.
You ever had that?
Yeah. No, I haven't. Well,
It
except
stinks.
in the form of like sausage casings and stuff, which
Yeah.
is it
Other than
gives a
that,
really nice snap. Um, but the yeah. So did you
uh,
just eat it just on its own?
no, I didn't eat it at all. I smelled it. It's disgusting. The
But
smell sucks.
the
So I
question
didn't
was,
even
what's
eat
the
it.
weirdest food you've eaten? Come on.
Oh, okay. The weirdest I've
Well,
seen was that.
okay.
The weirdest that I've
Okay.
eaten,
Yeah.
that's uh I haven't ate anything out of the regular. I mean, out of the norm. Like there's things I don't eat if you tell me beforehand. So I've missed out on a lot of things, except for the deer sausage and the
The
curried
lamb.
lamb. I
Yeah.
didn't. Those were I wouldn't have tried if I would have known it was that.
Okay.
But
Okay.
I'd have to
Cool.
say rabbit and beef tongue.
oh
Rabbit.
yeah,
That's pretty cool.
I had that cow tongue. They serve it lengua for in Mexican restaurants on tacos. It's good. I
My
didn't think
mom
of
made
that
it
being
once.
good.
I've never tried that. I've seen it in the store in the meat department and I thought it looked weird, you know?
If
Yeah,
it's
like what
cooked right,
is
it's really good.
it's like I don't know if I want to
Never seen it
it's
uncooked.
like is it gonna taste me back? Like what do I taste like to it? I, I don't know. It's but
You think
okay,
it's
yeah,
going?
that's pretty cool. I need to figure I've heard that it's you gotta cook it really like just
You
right
got
or it's
you
just
gotta
really
yeah.
yeah.
Mm.
So like long and slow, like a brisket or something, or
I have no idea I was a kid, but I know
yeah,
my mom made it one time and it was delicious. And then because they always buy like a half a beef and have it butchered. And one year they got the tongue and mom cooked it. It was delicious. And then the next time they got a beef, she got it again and she cooked it. It was terrible.
oh, try a different recipe maybe.
She couldn't remember how she cooked it the first time.
Less salt.
Oh,
Um, there's a couple comments here on the I am an asshole post, and yeah, I feel the person. Don't give
well,
me something like that without telling me. But
real
the
quick,
first comment says,
I didn't want to, I want to hear Kevin's. We were going around.
"Oh,
What's the weirdest food that you've eaten?
Either shark or alligator.
Oh, I
What
haven't had
about you,
shark.
Mark?
I've had alligator. Uh,
What's
Um,
the weirdest
I,
thing you've eaten?
well,
and
I've
we use
had
a lot of that one."
alligator. There's alligator is not that uncommon around Florida. There's a lot of I mean not a lot, but there's several restaurants that serve it around here. Um, and it's really good. So I
It
was gonna
is.
say that, but now that Kevin has said that, oh, I gotta pick something different. Um,
Yeah, there's a pretty good Cajun restaurant I go to, and they make a lot of like turtle uh,
turtle.
uh and
That's
stuff
That
too.
interesting.
I never had the turtle, but uh,
I would try turtle.
yeah,
It's pretty
I
you
usually
cool.
got
just
turtle
get the
soup.
rice and beans. That's good too. But yeah, sorry. That's yeah. It's a very lean meat, uh, alligator. So
Yeah, yeah. Um, I've had frog legs. Those are
Those are
pretty cool.
good.
I
Yeah,
have not. I've seen them at the store, just on
yeah.
the ice. They're looking at me, or in the packages.
Every
Wood
Chinese
close.
buffet's got frog legs, man. At least around
Gotta
Oh,
here.
you'd have to give it to me. I wouldn't go pick it. Somebody can have
yeah.
it cooked, maybe. I can't watch you cook it. If you just was like, here, try this. It's frog
Uh,
leg. I'd be like,
uh, Man,
A little taste, and if it's good, then I'll finish it.
like I was like maybe 11 years old, 12 years old, and we had a camp trip, like a church camp trip out to Lake Okeechobee. So it's that big round lake in the middle of the peninsula in Florida that you see. Like, I don't know, look, always seemed like an eye to me in the middle of the peninsula, but it's just this big, gigantic mess of sawgrass all around it. And when the sun went down, we went frog gigging, and one of the guys had an airboat, and we went around with these headlights looking around, and you look for the yellow eyes. The red eyes are alligators. You don't poke those, but you have this big, long, like 15-foot long bamboo pole or something with like three little spikes at the end of it. And, when you see the yellow eyes, you go and you try to jab it. And if you got the frog, and you set it in the basket there. So we came home with the whole big bag of frogs, and the guy, leader of the camp or the camp trip, was just, take the frog, bam, with this big Bowie knife, chop the legs off and toss it back into the lake, like just right over his shoulders, like the front legs still trying to crawl away. It was a little traumatizing to little young me. But yeah, it's probably ended up a bunch of gators like right behind him. I don't think we ever checked, but um, yeah, and then you take and just the skin just peels off like a pair of pants. It was really, that part was kind of fun to watch, and then grilling them, but like right that fresh. It was pretty. Despite my trauma, it was actually really good. I would eat frog legs again. It's yeah.
See, I
I
could
would
eat them
too.
There's so many of them that they're kind of a nuisance when they
I guess if I had you there, I could probably do it. If they smelled good, I could. But I'm kind of big on smell because then I'm wondering what it's going to be like in my mouth, and am I going to be breathing and smelling it later? Uh,
yeah. I mean, the meat itself, it's not that different from gator, you know. It's
I have
it's
that either.
really lean. It's a like a white meat. It's kind of just like
It
chicken,
literally
you
reminds me
know.
of chicken breast.
Yeah, like chicken breast, a little chewier, but
Hmm.
chicken. So it tastes like whatever you season it with. So, just whatever recipe or like hot sauces are really good on them. Buffalo frog legs.
I
Yeah,
could imagine.
I'd eat it.
it's a little dip of blue cheese and stuff. Get the extra hot sauce. Yeah.
Um, to the comments here, to am I the asshole? There's first comment says not the asshole. It tasted, end quote, it tasted kind of off, but not terrible, just weirdly sweet and earthy. You want to know what the earthy taste is? Mold. Wow.
Bacteria.
Mold. Earthy.
6 days. That's not.
Another
It's
person
not that
said
long,
the
but
earthy taste
yeah,
was
it's
mold.
not.
I mean,
I've
I get
eaten
it.
I've eaten older without reprocessing it into a different sauce.
Um,
But yeah, it wasn't good. But you heat it up enough and it's not
put some
gonna
water
kill
on it.
you, at least.
Loosen up the pasta with some water.
Usually, I mean, yeah, a little bit of water. I mean, when you reheat it in the microwave,
You
the
need the sauce.
the this the steam that fills your microwave used to be in that sauce, so that's why it changes a lot of the consistency of things that you heat up in the microwave. So, I've taken to putting a little mug of water in the microwave and running it until the mug is boiling and putting it off over into the corner and then putting a plate of whatever I'm eating in there, so that the mug of water basically steams the thing that I'm reheating. It prevents the water in the food from evaporating into the air because the air in the microwave is already 100% humidity saturated, relative humidity. For whatever temperature it's at, it's going to be fully saturated. So the stuff doesn't come out all dried up and weird texture chewy. So, pro tip from a lifelong bachelor, how to safely eat questionably old food.
All right. One last comment here says, "You're not the asshole. Leftover pasta can actually make you very sick, and you don't mess around with food safety. And I think your wife knew you wouldn't be okay with it. Otherwise, she would have disclosed that from the get-go. Does your wife come from a country or culture where it lacks food safety standards? My ex comes from a place and family like that. I had not, oh, and I had some hair raising incidents during our marriage with food being left out all day and the rest of the summer, etc. Food sitting out in the Hummer and the summer sun, as I'm assuming what he's saying. If it was one day
Yeah.
sun, it'd be cool, but
I mean, so much of the world's population lives in areas where there isn't refrigerators, where there aren't all of these, you know, like they said, food safety standards. I wonder how much like we're kind of coddling the internal microbiome of the average American by not exposing ourselves to violently sick making like food poisoning events to build up a tolerance, you know? Should we all just like eat unsafe left out meat enough times that we don't get sick off of it anymore?
no.
Build
Go.
up our
Oh,
immune systems?
man.
Doesn't RFK do that?
It certainly sounds like he does every time he talks. It's hard to listen to, just, you know,
Not to get political.
just
Don't
the
want to do that.
quality of the voice. It's like you need to better to read in text. I don't like the
Mm.
tone and timbre. It's like
I got
But
rather.
yeah,
here, Mark.
I mean, I leave food out for like a day or two and eat it. It's fine. But
Maybe overnight if it's chicken or pizza.
Pizza. Yeah, pizza
Let's
the
stay
next
on the counter.
morning. Yeah,
mm,
pizza the morning after.
Next day
I'm
pizza is always good.
I'm I'm guilty of that.
Leftover
Yeah.
pizza is awful.
Put it back in the microwave. Give it like
That
With
just
a
makes the
cup of
crust bad.
boiling water in the corner. Yeah.
yeah,
No, really,
perfect the
that
next day.
water trick, I mean, it keeps the pizza crust from getting chewy when you reheat it in the microwave.
What
I
I
It
don't
can
think I
does.
say
can do
is,
that because I got a turntable in my microwave. There's no room to set a mug.
Get
oh, wow.
a small shot glasses. Do you have shot glasses?
I do.
Put
There's
little
some
shot
way you could
glasses
do
in the
it.
corner.
Um, yeah. I did know that though when I reheat pizza, if I forget that I reheated it and I left it in the microwave for anything past 5 minutes and come back, then it's not good. But if
Yeah.
I just eat it right after reheating it, it's good, no problem. Next day pizza, maybe next day after next day. I mean, 2 days later might be good.
Next day, not if it's been left out the whole time.
The
No.
day after tomorrow, basically.
Yeah. Even if it's been refrigerated, it's still gonna be like not quite as good quality. Not as good.
Does
It'll be safe, but it's
Great
not
pizza.
gonna the
what?
experience is not up to
What
par.
about if you put pizza in the oven? Because I've seen that before. People put pizza in the oven, so then a day later you're like, "Oh, this pizza box is in the oven. I could eat pizza." I've done that.
I've reheated it in the oven and the air fryer, but I'm not leaving it out overnight. It's going in the fridge as soon as I'm done eating.
Yeah,
Cold pizza's good.
cold pizza's good. Yeah,
Yeah, cold.
not cold, but not warm. Room temperature pizza is good. Uh, unless it's like super hard and crunchy, then it's over. Yeah.
Nah.
I got something else, and you guys know I grabbed these posts because I think they're funny. Um, but we now have a section where we say, "Am I the asshole?" And this one says, "Because I peed standing up in a traffic jam." Throwaway. I'm 26 years old. My boyfriend is 25. We got stuck in an insane traffic jam. Boyfriend was driving. We were at a standstill. Found out later they had a closed highway. I had to pee really bad. I had to pee really bad, like bad, bad, bad. I saw a couple guys had run to the side of the road to pee, and I decided to do the same. It was super open with a few bushes by the side of the road. Really not too much cover. I have a stand-in pee device in my car, but when I grabbed it, my boyfriend got all weird. He said people would see me standing and peeing and think I was a trans. So no one would think that. Plenty of women have pee funnels, and that I also didn't care. I have no beef with trans people. He said I should squat, just put his mind at ease. I said get my butt and I didn't want to get my butt and coochie out on the highway in front of everyone or get pee on my shoes and just wanted to be quick and clean. He said he didn't want people to look at the girl he was dating and think she was a trans and that I should squat like girls do. I'm dying by this point. I finally couldn't hold it in anymore. And I really didn't want to show the world my butt. But so I ran to the side of the road and slipped the device into my jeans and just peed standing up with the back of the traffic. Oh, with my back to traffic. No one could see anything. It just slides through the zipper. But I guess maybe if someone looking, they would be confused. I know. When I got back to the car, my boyfriend wouldn't talk to me. He says I disrespected his feelings, but 100% an emergency. Am I the asshole for this? No?
Yeah,
You
can
don't pee on yourself?
I would like to say fuck that boyfriend. Um, so many red flags there. I think she should dump him. That's gonna, if it's not already abusive, it sounds like it's going there. Like his feelings about the way he looks because of his girlfriend, like that's no, no. He
Um,
should be concerned about her safety in the traffic, taking care of her business, not how he seems to random people stuck in traffic behind him, thinking about how he's dating a trans girl. Like, what the hell? How the
um,
hell does that matter to anybody?
right. Besides him. Um, there's an update here. She left a comment, said to all the commenters asking, yes, he is an ex-boyfriend now. And
Okay.
there were other red flags. Ditch the man, kept the pee funnel. Gonna laugh at him every time I pee standing up. Ha ha. Um,
Good. Happy ending.
yeah, I didn't understand how he was like seeing men there. Like he doesn't mind the men peeing, but he's like, my girlfriend can't look like this. That's embarrassing. I understand. You guys got to do more than we do, and
Just sit on the bumper.
yeah, or come again, the bumper. Never heard of that one. But yeah, then you'd be like facing someone in the car behind you.
You gotta go, you gotta
Make
go.
make strong direct eye contact with them until they avert their gaze.
Mm, mm, mm. Oh wow.
I did not know that female pee funnels existed.
It's a good idea.
Yeah,
yeah.
they do.
I Googled it because I was genuinely curious, but I don't think I'll be buying a pee funnel anytime soon.
I don't know people who are in traffic that much who need a pee funnel.
It's
Like,
marketed for like when you're out camping or hikes and things like that, it looks like.
Or
oh,
Amazon warehouse workers,
how much does it cost to make a pee funnel?
Well, it looks like they sell anywhere from about $9 to $20,
Oh
So
wow.
that means it
according to
probably
Google.
costs about 10 cents to make.
Yeah,
It's
probably.
Yes, I would not skimp on the cost of that.
No.
Get the good one.
I'd rather drop my pants and just pee. I mean, everybody's got an ass, so
Yeah, yeah, I think her boyfriend was just tripping. She should be able to
yeah.
use the bathroom how she wanted to. Yeah.
Yeah, some asses are bigger than others, as evidenced by her boyfriend.
Yeah.
Everybody's got.
True.
He could be like, all that do not need to be out. But
He could have gone over there and like held up
the cow.
his sweatshirt or
Yeah,
something.
help her be,
Oh my goodness.
not be seen from. Yeah,
One time
that's
my kid had to pee and she's a girl. My daughter had to pee and we were in the parking lot while her mom was inside of I think it's like a phone place. Um, it's nighttime, and my daughter, she's panicking in the back seat. She's 4 years old. She's like, I gotta pee, and I'm like, okay, hold on 1 second. I call your mom. I'm like, what's up? How long you gonna be or whatever? And she's like, why? And I'm like, she has to go to the bathroom. And she's like, just. She told me if I'm in the driver's seat, I can open the back door and open the door that I'm sitting in, and she could pee, and the doors would block her. That's the first time I did that, and the last.
That
Yeah.
would work too.
Yeah, you got doors on both sides, except that she was so little that I had to hold her. That was the only thing. Uh, so yeah, he could have helped her with that if he wanted her to not do that bad. There are ways of helping. Hmm. Two comments here. One says, "You're not the asshole. Your boyfriend would have preferred for everyone to see your ass and vagina than have a random stranger think his girlfriend is a trans. He would rather you expose yourself for his personal gain. Get a better boyfriend."
not even his gain, just his ego. Like he wouldn't gain anything. He's just, oh, yeah.
Another comment here says, "He's insecure and transphobic. He also puts his insecurities and transphobia above your comfort. You're not the asshole, and honestly, you can do better than this specimen."
I second that.
Yeah, that's
Transphobic?
huh?
Is he transphobic though, really?
He didn't
That's
want anyone to think that she was trans,
yeah,
which
But he's
seems
dating
pretty
her.
transphobic.
yeah.
Right. But he was worried about the traffic and all the people around thinking that she was trans and then she was with him. So that seems pretty transphobic to me.
Doesn't mean he
Yeah.
has a full-on fear of transphobic people or trans people, though.
Yeah, as the language uh, phobic has been hijacked to just mean don't like or something. It's I don't know, like Islamophobic. It's like
It seems more
not
like he was
necessary,
concerned about
or
everyone else's judgment
transphobic.
on
Yeah,
him.
I would agree
yeah,
with that. Yeah, he was concerned with himself, but
yeah,
I don't think he has an irrational fear of trans people. That's what phobic means, irrational
yeah,
fear.
Okay.
yeah. And
On to another
that's
on the
another
post. I'm an asshole.
yeah.
It says, "Am I the asshole for making my own breakfast? My 42-year-old partner, I'm 41, went to the grocery store this morning, and while she was there, I got hungry, so I made myself breakfast. She got home and was mad at me for not waiting, so she is now refusing to eat breakfast or let her kid eat breakfast, and they have to wait until lunch to eat. Am I the asshole? Should I have waited until she returned to make my breakfast? That's wild."
She's not letting her kid eat because he made breakfast? That's fucked up.
Yeah, that's exactly what it says.
I mean,
Yeah,
if she wants to skip breakfast, that's one thing, but don't deny your child food.
yeah. She's like, you got to wait till lunch. You can't eat that. Basically, it sounds like he made a big meal for everyone, and she was basically like, nope, we're not eating that. So that's food going to waste too. No, it's nonsense. That's wild. Uh, Mark, do you guys think this guy's the asshole? Should he have?
Um, I don't know. I actually missed the post. The cat was coming in. He needed his breakfast, and I kind of zoned out for a second. So I apologize. I don't quite
Since
know
I
what.
would like your opinion, I'll read it again. It's short. It says, "Am I the asshole for making my own breakfast? My 42-year-old partner, I'm 41, went to the grocery store this morning. While she was there, I got hungry, so I made myself breakfast. She got home and was mad at me for not waiting, so she is now refusing to eat breakfast or let her kid eat breakfast, and they have to wait until lunch to eat. Am I the asshole? Should I have waited until she returned to make my breakfast? No."
She sounds like off the wall insane. Um, what the hell? I don't know. That's not the asshole. Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to
We
hear
got
her point of view on this. It sounds, but yeah,
Yeah,
not the asshole.
there might be a different or more to this whole incident than what was being shared there. I don't know.
maybe.
Uh, it seems hard to think of a reason why they would not eat that. Well, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's a good point though, Kevin, that I hadn't considered. There might be more to this than that. So, but as told here, this story, yeah, she's the asshole. Her version,
Yeah, I guess
um,
so. That's all we got to go on.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, another one now. It says, "Am I the asshole for not helping my sister-in-law and her baby with rent? So me and my partner pay 14.50 a month on rent, and we split this evenly. It's fair, and we are doing our own thing. Recently, her sister, who is a husband and a 1-year-old child, is losing their housing because the friend they were staying with is moving and they can't afford to rent themselves. They want to move in with us. Since our apartment is a 1 bedroom, we would have to get a 2 bedroom apartment. The rent would increase from 1450 to 1800 a month. I am insisting that the four of us pay 25% of the rent, but the mother of the child doesn't think it's fair because she doesn't work and has a child and her husband is the only working parent, so they want me, my partner, and her sister's husband to pay one third each instead. I told her that's not my problem, and they as a couple are responsible for 900 a month between the both of them. And if she needs money, get a job. The couple seem to think that because she's a SAHM, that her somehow my responsibility to pay for her portion of the rent. I don't have kids, and I'm sure it's stressful and costly, but I don't feel like it's fair to expect anything like that of me. Yeah, I was told it was unfair of me and her sister. I was told it was unfair of me to expect my sister-in-law, who is a SAM, to pay a portion of the rent while living with us. You're not the asshole. I guess that's good. Like your family pay half and my family pay half. We're both here. Makes sense, right? Yeah, it's like
Seems like it.
I wouldn't say the person is an asshole. Yeah, either you don't pay or you pay and yeah.
Doesn't have any money though.
Huh?
She's not working though. How can she pay rent if she's not working?
Better ask him to work more hours.
All right.
You can't just base it on like she's. I would understand if she's disabled, but she's not disabled. We could kind of think about it if she was disabled, but she's not.
I don't understand how the sister-in-law would expect the other people to pay more when it's for their own housing costs. That just doesn't make sense.
Right.
I'm not saying 100%, but it's just
I'm not sure I understand the situation here. Or is it
Her
like
sister-in-law is moving in with her sister's. Okay, her sister.
okay. She and brother living together, sister-in-law moving in, sister-in-law stay-at-home mom?
Yeah,
It doesn't sister-in-law have a partner or husband
yeah.
as well and a
Her
child?
partner is moving in. So yeah, her and her partner and their child. So he's like, our rent's gonna go up $400. So you guys pay half the rent, which would be 1,800. So that'd come out to 900. Would be half. That's reasonable.
It's like two couples and a child, and the couple with the child is expecting the other couple to pay more than the three of them.
Right. Children eat a lot.
you.
Some of the comments here. The first one said she's right. It's not fair. They should pay 1,080 because it's three people. The baby stuff will dominate the entire apartment, except your actual dresser. If you're lucky, you're not the asshole. It's not fair to expect people to subsidize her living situation because she can't afford it.
I gotta take off, guys.
All right.
Hi, Andrea.
See you later.
Right.
We'll try again next week.
See if I can make it.
All right. Um, I got one. I don't know if
Wait, did we land on asshole, not asshole for that situation, or
I say not asshole.
not
I mean,
asshole?
got the comments here. Want to read some more comments?
Well, if you want to move on to another one, that's fine. I don't know. I still don't think I understand the whole situation fully. I keep going back to a situation I was in, and I felt uh gypped, but I don't know. Maybe that could be something to talk about. Like, um, I was living in an apartment. It was a two-bedroom apartment. And the other bedroom, there was a couple who was living there um, before I lived there, and it was just empty and whatever. And I mean, the whole plan was for me to go in there and move in with them from the outset, for the three of us to be roommates together while starting up some, startup that never panned out. But when it came down to the rent, um, I was paying half of the rent, and they were paying the other half of the rent. I thought that I felt like I was subsidizing their living expenses, because they were married, but um, they both had income. It was three adults living in an apartment, even though it was only two bedrooms. I felt like rent should be split three ways instead of two ways. Do you guys think that I was unreasonable for feeling
No,
like I was subsidizing their cost of living?
I don't think you're the asshole in that one.
No?
That would be them. Um, yeah, why
Okay.
would you pay half of the rent and you're one person?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. That and a lot of other things, I feel like, okay. I wasn't sure about that because their argument was, well, we're only living in one bedroom, you're living in another bedroom, in the other of two bedrooms, so whatever. But I mean, they had no furniture or whatever. The living room was entirely furnished with my furniture, but they completely occupied it. I never had use of the living room. And I don't know, the whole living situation, I feel like, was just toxic. I'm glad I
Everybody
got
out
away
there
from that.
watching,
But
press that thumbs up, and you could communicate with us through comments, or you can just like the comments. I mean, yeah, send us a like, press the thumb button, subscribe, press the little bell so you can get a notification every time we go live. And yeah, you said we were moving on, Mark. You ready?
uh, I mean, yeah, if you're ready to move on, do another Am I the Asshole or something? Or was there an article?
Yeah.
Or are we, I don't know,
Either.
we're coming close to 4 o'clock too. We might, I don't know if we're all got the energy to keep going on. I mean,
Nah.
I'd be up to do another
I'll
one
read the
more.
rest of what I have.
Wasn't there another category we had? So it was asshole. What were we discussing? Well, I'm gonna keep
Uh,
going. Yeah, another Reddit.
I
Yeah.
forgot what it was. There was another category we were gonna do.
Okay.
Am I the asshole? There was Today I Fucked Up.
Oh yeah.
I'll,
There were
I'll
some
look into
interesting
that really
stories
quick.
there. Some of them can get really depressing though. Some people really fuck up. So I don't know. It might be more entertaining to I mean, Am I the Asshole is so satisfying because we can render verdicts, sit in judgment of other people. That's like, haha, yes, you are the asshole. You are not.
All right, then I
So
got one right
that's
here.
Yeah.
It says, "Am I the asshole for telling my friend that she does not remember 9/11? My friend was born 1998, was 3 years old when 9/11 happened. She has told the story a million times of her being in class and having TVs wheeled in to show the kids what was happening on the screen. She will bring up this story anytime 9/11 is mentioned. She is the oldest of our friend group, and the rest of us were not even alive when 9/11 happened. Recently, she retold the story, and when I asked, she said she was in class. Someone asked her what classes they had at 3 year olds. She tried to say she was in pre K, but had previously told me she didn't even go to pre K. And her mom put her straight in kindergarten at 5 years old. I brought this up and she changed the answer and said it was actually daycare. Then that same person asked how she was able to vividly remember the events of 9/11 at just 3 years old. And she claimed she was so traumatized she was able to form a core memory. She continued her story by saying her own was actually evacuated from where she worked in Texas. Wait. It says she continued her backstory saying her mom was actually evacuated from where she worked in Texas because everyone was scared they would hit another high rise building. But she told me before that, during her early childhood, her mom didn't work. She then tried to say her being evacuated from the building is the reason she quit. This basically turned into her defending her memory of 9/11 to a group of about five people who continued to poke holes in her story. At one point, when we were alone, I told her she probably at 3 years old did not understand what was going on or form any type of memory about 9/11 because her story has so many inconsistencies with other stories from her childhood. And that she probably only thinks she remembers 9/11 because of the media depictions and what people told her happened on that day. She's a known dramatic. Basically, everyone knows she is dramatic. Her stories, she dramatizes her stories, but now she is mad at me because I don't believe her and I told her the story is inconsistent. I don't gang up on her with everyone else. When she brought it up again privately, is when I explained how I felt. Am I the asshole? No. I doubt she remembered 9/11 at 3 years old. Uh, Not to say it isn't possible, but
Yeah.
yeah, you're not in class or in daycare where they wheel out a TV and show the kid what's going on.
Yeah, that's a little vivid. I have a memory from when I was about 3 years old, but it's just like really simple. My mom had just finished cooking. We were in the kitchen. I remember looking up and she said, "Don't touch the burner, Mark. It's hot." And I looked at the burner and it wasn't glowing red. And I reached up and I touched it and it was hot. And I burned my finger.
Lesson
But
learned.
that, I mean, boom. Yeah, lesson learned. But that was it. There were no vivid TVs. I don't remember the surroundings. All I remember is burner. I remember having to look up at everything. I remember touching and I remember instant pain. And I have not touched a burner intentionally ever since then.
I feel you there. There is a
Um,
comment
so
here from James. He said, I was in the 10th grade when it happened, and I don't remember it perfectly. Yeah. I don't know if that person had epilepsy. No offense. But yeah, I remember it vividly. I remember I was in the 6th grade, and I remember our teacher left out, and everybody was wondering, why is she leaving us in here alone? And we're in the 6th grade. But she walked outside to break down crying, and there was other teachers that were standing outside, and some of the teachers the principal had took to the office, and like the principal sat in class with us for a few seconds, and then the principal left us alone for like 5 to 10 minutes. We never like went crazy or anything. We were confused, like what is going on with these people. Uh, then she came back wiping her tears and stuff. We knew obviously something was wrong. They did not bring a TV for us to see. We were in the 6th grade. Uh, yeah, they didn't tell us to leave school. Teachers were just sad.
Well, the scary thing when we saw it, I was a sophomore in high school. We did have TVs in certain rooms, and we just watched the cable. And someone, I think I was in homeroom at the time or something. I don't remember that exactly, but uh, I had no memories or very few memories from being three. But uh, someone ran in, told my teacher, and I remember his face exactly. It just went completely cold and dead, like it's like you know, and he ran out of the room, and they came back in, put the TV on, and I was like, this has got to be a joke or something. This is a prank or a mistake. Maybe the guy just got the wrong coordinates or something in his plane. And then I saw the second plane. It's like, oh, this shit is real.
Right.
That was that. You don't really forget that. I'm gonna remember that forever. That was
Yeah, well, and Philly is so close to New York too, isn't it?
yeah. And
Is
my
there?
parents were both federal workers,
Oh man.
Oh,
so
were they in a
yeah,
building?
yes, they're both, but not like important federal buildings. I mean, but they were. I'm gonna have to ask them what they did, what if they were sent home or locked down. I don't know. I don't remember because the country was under the idea that it was an invasion. So
Yeah.
yeah,
I watched a documentary recently. I'll send you the link to that one because it talked in depth of what happened and how we could have prevented it. Uh, yeah.
yeah, it's just the
9/11 was a
I
rough
mean,
time.
there's a lot of information that was just ignored or overlooked completely. Like Al Qaeda was not subtle at all about their hate and their intent to attack Americans. There's a whole book. Um, uh, there's uh, the Al Qaeda Reader by Raymond Ibrahim. He went through, sourced, he was a federal worker, or not federal worker. What was it, federal worker? I guess he worked at the Library of Congress. So he had access to primary sources of a lot of all of these materials that, the government just had scooped up. So it was all there. It was all in our possession, what they were saying, what they were doing, what their philosophy was, and they were telling us. You know, it was not, yeah, the exact
yeah
details
that
of
was
what was coming was not being broadcast, but it was, yeah, it was known that they were on the warpath, and we were just treating it like, oh, they're just a bunch of cave dwellers on Afghanistan. What can they do? Um,
yeah that was pre 9/11. We were watching, but not like really watching around the world. We knew
yeah,
stuff, but
we didn't
we,
consider them credible,
yeah, it
right?
was kind of like, man, you could
Um,
leave your bag anywhere and nobody would call the police and stuff. Nowadays, if
Yeah.
there's a bag on the empty bag on the corner, they gotta clear everything out, call a
Yeah.
bomb
yeah, they did
squad.
that to me once.
Open up your backpacks anytime you enter a
I had
club or wherever.
I had my suitcase outside the bathroom door when I went in the bathroom, and when I came out, he just made a big deal out of you can't leave it right there. Um, he had a whole 3 minute speech, and I was just like, "All right, I understand." And I don't remember any of the speech this day, but um, yeah. And then there's a comment here from James. It says, "My mom cried. She kept me home from school and work that day. I didn't get all, I didn't get it all at the time, but understand today." Um, yeah,
Yeah.
it was a rough time for America.
Yeah. My mom went to donate blood. I mean, we were home. My sister and I were homeschooled, so we were home at the time. She was watching the morning news when the first plane hit. So they cut immediately to that, and she called us over and said, look at this, and then we saw the second plane hit. But I mean, on top of that, we were living in Southwest Florida at the time, so the president was in that schoolroom, like classroom, reading
Yeah,
children's books
I seen
to
that
a to
video.
a
They
Yeah,
walked up to
I
that
him to
was
tell him.
that news footage was from our local news station. Like they, it was when we, when he, yeah, Air Force One had taken off, and when they grounded all the planes, Air Force One was the only one that was allowed to fly around, and we heard a plane flying around, so we knew it had to be Air Force One, and then the military jets. But I mean, Air Force One flew up and out and away, and that was that. It was somewhere. But the fighters, remember the fighters and stuff. But yeah,
I
they
didn't.
cut from the footage of the planes over to the president, and he leaned over, and I mean they had the cameras right there, and it's like it was only after the second one they said, Mr. President, America is under attack.
Yeah,
And
I
yeah, he
seen a
just had to,
video of the president when they told him when he was like in the classroom, and when they told him, his eyebrows kind of went up a little bit. He kind of
yeah,
tried for the lady to finish, and then after a few minutes, he was like, "All right, you guys, see you guys later."
yeah,
The
that little
document.
like, slight nod, like, okay,
I watched another
sat there.
documentary where the first time I actually seen the airplane hit the tower, I never got to see it as a kid. So the first time I seen it was the 20th anniversary documentary they made, where they talked to so many people about how they were contemplating jumping out of the windows and stuff. People who made it out on floors that were up there.
Yeah,
So they got some good stuff on that documentary. But that's the first time that I seen a plane hit the tower, and I was amazed. And it's an old video. I was just like, "What the hell is going on?" Just
yeah,
insane.
I-
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah.
I know. It's just, yeah. I couldn't imagine when I saw that. That was so weird,
yeah.
so surreal. Yeah,
And there
Yeah,
was
they
there
were
was a
showing
whole
videos.
line, the local American Cross, there was a line to donate blood, like all the way out or past the door around the block. People were going immediately, knew that there would be a need for that. Um, it was, yeah, like,
In that documentary, they have one of the news cameras. I guess it was somebody out there, with the camera, and then they ran into a subway, and then there was a bunch of people behind that person. Them people ran to the subway. Then they hold the door closed as the cloud of this is when the towers fell. They were trying to get away from the dust and stuff, and they have a picture of this of them running inside of a subway, uh, not a train station, subway sandwiches. Yeah, so they got to see all the dust cover the street, and they waited for everything to go. Then they went outside, and it was thick for hours. Uh, yeah, I feel so sorry for those people, but 9/11 was big deal when I was a kid. Like I said, the teacher was crying and stuff, and we were in the class for at least an hour. Or imagine this: we were in class, and it started happening. A 90-minute class, I think. It happened maybe 30 minutes in, and then when the teacher came back and was telling us she didn't tell us what happened when she came back and had the tissue dried in her eyes and stuff. She came back and was like, "All right, you guys, it's recess." So we missed all of our morning class basically because she was in the office and she was crying and stuff. Yeah, and I didn't know what was going on until I got home and I was told, "Oh, this morning this and this happened."
wait, so she just left you all there, just sitting, and
Just left us there.
then you went
Actually,
home?
no, the principal had left us there. She left crying and stand outside at first, and she was crying, and you could see like her feet. And then you see another teacher come over and like give her a hug and walk her off. And we were in the class for like 10 minutes alone by then. And the principal came. And then they stayed there. He stayed there for like 10 minutes. And then we were alone for another maybe 40 minutes. And then the teacher came back and sent us to recess. But we were alone for a while, and we didn't have a party or throw things around or anything like that. We were just confused, like, what the hell is going on? And we're all talking to each other, just having casual conversations, unsure why all the teachers just random left because they did not say anything. They did not throw out there, we got a tower got hit by an airplane or anything. They didn't explain it. Just, you guys, we'll be right back. This is something's happening. They didn't even say something's happening, but yeah. Good times, I guess. Not good times, though. Yeah. What are you guys'
I guess all
memories?
the kids must have, like, all of the classrooms must have had similar kind of at that school, right? The teachers just leave them, and
It was.
is it common
I
to
didn't
have
know.
TVs in high school classrooms?
No, I wasn't in high school. I was in the 6th grade. There
Oh,
was a
okay.
TV in the classroom, but someone came and told the teacher what happened, and then they both stepped outside. And there wasn't a lot of classrooms. There was At the bottom, there's a wall. It's 5th grade, 5th grade boys and 5th grade girls, and then it splits: 6th grade girls and 6th grade boys, seventh and eighth, and then you go off to high school. So yeah, a lot of the teachers were coming out inside the little area, and just like in tears when we came out and people were talking about it. Some people were got their arm over other people and stuff. But like I said, I didn't know what was going on till I watched the documentary in 2021. Um, Check it out. The 20th anniversary documentary it was crazy how it's very sad too. How they're like showing video of people up there and they were like waving, then they cross their heart and then they jump. Uh,
Yeah.
they didn't show us the videos of them like hitting the thing, but they had the news people out there and they were under the underhang and you start hearing stuff hit the top of the roof and they
Yeah.
have the sound and fire department's looking around like, you guys hear that? And then they yell out, they're jumping out of the windows. Uh,
Yeah,
that was
falling from that height, there weren't any remains left. From what I understand, they up the people above the flames and everything who had the stairwells blocked would have had to fall so high that they basically just turned into like pink mist and goo on the pavement when they hit. Just, you know.
yeah,
That the amount of force that the height that they're accelerating, there wasn't there wasn't much left.
there was
It
a
sounds
lady in that
morbid
same
to
documentary. She explained how she was in the other tower when the first one got hit, and she said she was working and she had a window in front of her, and she started seeing papers flying everywhere. Um, like basically, an office was destroyed and the paperwork was falling, and then she was wondering what was going on, and she made it out and she told her story. Um, yeah, that was sad. And I didn't go through that until it was 2020, 2021 actually. Yeah, and we strayed from the post far.
Yeah, well, hey, that's a good
9/11
conversation, I
is a
think. But
hell of a
it's
conversation.
important to talk about. I don't think, the Zoomer generation, I don't think that they. Yeah, right when it happened, we were all like, never forget. And now it's like these kids aren't even taught this in school, or or they're making up false memories to try to sound cool or something. I don't know. I guess that would be Gen Alpha though, right? If that kid is like that kid that young, that wouldn't be a Zoomer. The Zoomers are all, wait, what are they?
These are
Zoomers
20,
would have
20
been
years old.
born, yeah, Zoomers were the ones born after 20 or like 2000 something. After the millennial, the turn of the
Um,
millennium is that,
we
I don't know.
Gen X, I believe, and then Gen Y would be us, but they also call us millennials. And then Gen Z is the next one. That's after, I
Yeah,
think, 19. I don't know. Uh,
yeah. I
it
always,
was, yeah.
I've always felt more kinship for Gen Xers than the bulk of the millennials personally. The social media generation and whatnot. But I'm not sure where that, I think it's generally like 83, 84 or so. That's the cutoff end date of Gen X. I might be off with that. So, 86 is only, it's like kind of at the fuzzy, blurry line of that. So there's a lot of millennial stuff that really doesn't resonate with me. Um,
Uh,
uh, why did I say that? What the hell? Just
want me to read
rambling.
another of these? I am an asshole. I mean, am I the asshole?
Another I am an asshole. Oh, I wonder that's probably another subreddit too, isn't it? R
What?
slash I am an asshole.
Oh, I
I
wouldn't
should
know.
probably join that one, shouldn't I?
No, you're not an asshole. I'm going to change your name to Stephen.
Well, uh, I don't
You
know.
got to go learn who Stephen A is.
Yeah, I gotta check them out. Check those
You're
videos out
probably going
more
to
for
laugh
that.
so
But
much.
uh,
Uh, yeah.
yeah, I've got that noted. It's gonna be first thing I do when we end this stream. I'm gonna go figure out who Stephen K is and see.
Stephen A.
Okay, yeah, that's right. I got it written down correctly. I don't know why. I just,
Um,
my mouth words are not connecting right good with the brain now. So,
he's a older black gentleman, and his hairline is receding, I'm assuming, but he keeps it nice. Yeah, a lot of people online make fun of it, his hairline that I've seen on Twitter. But yeah,
was
I
that
just, I just
hairline?
love how he
Uh,
acts.
is that kind of, I don't know. Should I
When
worry?
you check his, it's nothing like yours.
Is this, I kind of feel like it wasn't all the way back here. I used to,
Mine's
I don't know. I'm
but
I'm
my
kind
dad
of,
gave these to me and my siblings. Yeah, uh, yeah, just a little bit goes back right here. But
yeah,
anyway, yeah, um, great hairline. Or some don't
yeah.
agree.
Hair's important to me. I was born needing a haircut. 6 months old. My dad was getting compliments on what a beautiful baby girl I was because my hair had grown so long. He's like, I can't stand this. I gotta get him a haircut. Um,
Mm,
but yeah, it's, I don't know, just funny.
mm.
Uh, okay,
Okay,
so
I got
let's
another one of
see.
these. Am I the asshole? It says, "Am I an asshole for being blunt and saying I will never name our child after my wife's sister since she is a spoiled brat? My wife and I are expecting our daughter in a few months. My wife, I will call her Nora, has a younger sister, Rebecca, that everyone in the family is overprotective of. I am not a fan of Rebecca. I find her to be spoiled brat that will cry to mom every time she doesn't get her own way. I find her overall to be rude and entitled. Nora family babies her, and to be honest, at 22 years old, she should not be throwing a fit about not getting what she wants. One example of this is she had a mini meltdown at our wedding because her shoes were wrong color, not even by a lot. Um, yeah, it says not even by a lot. It was just a different side, a different shade of white. You couldn't even see the shoes since the bridesmaid was so long. Oh, the bridesmaid dress was so long. So about 30 minutes before we were going to get married, she was crying and everyone had to comfort her. Anyways, we got we got dinner with my wife's family this weekend, and during the dinner, Rebecca said it would be nice to have a niece after her, named after her. I shrugged it off with the dinner, and the dinner went normal. When we got home, my wife sat me down, and told me she wanted to name our daughter after my sister. Oh, she said I want to name my daughter after our sister, and brought up how much it would mean to her sister. I told her no. We have a two yes rule to names. Nora texted her and told her no. That's where everything got bad. It started with my wife getting texts about changing her mind from our family, and when she stuck to the decision, they got rude about it. I started to receive texts and ended up with me getting a call from mother-in-law and Rebecca. I told both of them no multiple times, and it just started asking why over and over again. At the point, I snapped and told both of them that I would never name our daughter after her, that she is a spoiled brat, and that I don't want our daughter to be anything like her. That is literally an example of it. I hung up. My wife says I should appreciate, but she agrees that we're being a lot. I still getting texts about how Rebecca has been crying since the conversation. Her family sees me as a huge jackass and are still on my case about it. My wife is on my side, but she does want me to smooth things over. I really don't want to and think they need to change. Am I the asshole? No, you absolutely do not have to name your child after anybody, especially her sister. Um, if you don't want to, then you don't want to. Um, and yeah, that's yeah.
Especially the emotional manipulation that's coming from the entire rest of the family, that, sisters like recruited an army from her family. The fact that his wife, her is agreeing with him against all of her blood relations, I think speaks a lot to the reasonability of the position that they have. Um, if his wife was also on their side and wanted to name the kid something, then I would suspect maybe there's something else, some other reason that it's getting such a big deal. But I don't know. Naming kids after family members has always seemed like kind of a sketchy thing, like a slippery slope. You're gonna have to keep things even and name the one family member that gets it, then the other side needs to have one named after him or something else or whatever. I don't know. It just be original. Like,
Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree.
I like that part.
Yeah, I think this guy should be an asshole in this situation. Just tell them to,
yeah,
it's my kid, go away. Yeah,
yeah,
it's
that,
your
yeah,
kid. You have no obligation, but and that is weird. Why would you want so many kids named the same in your family? It's going to get confusing.
yeah.
I don't
But,
see why that person is hurt, to be honest. Yeah.
but yeah, it sounds like a narcissist among a family of narcissists, probably.
Is it a
which I mean
cultural thing?
should be careful, throwing around words like that without, that's a serious disorder, personality disorder. But all of that behavior sounds exactly like uh, behavioral indicators that would flag somebody for narcissistic personality disorder. The sister wants the kid named after her. When they say no, she wants the family members to go and bother them. Ongoing, continuing harassment and emotional abuse to try to get them to change their mind, relent, attacking and all of this stuff. That's not a healthy person. Um, yeah. I'd especially not want to name my kid after her because of all of that mental illness that she's kind of displaying or suggesting.
She's
Um,
displaying it. Yeah, she seems like something else is going on that this person isn't going too much into detail about.
yeah, maybe there's some underlying feud between the sisters that's not getting elaborated upon. Maybe. I don't know. If the rest of the
Maybe.
family is all with the one sister, maybe there's been some like ongoing feud and he's married the black sheep of the family and she's kind of the one trying to stir things up. Maybe. I,
Yeah, I believe it.
I don't know. It's hard to tell with these things. Like Kevin pointed out earlier, every time we read one of these, it's only one side of the story. So it's I think there hasn't been one yet where we haven't agreed with the original poster, right? We haven't said, no, that person, the original person was being an asshole for what they described happening, right? Um, I think a lot of these people might be seeking affirmation, confirmation, and an
Yeah,
echo
maybe.
chamber.
Yeah, I think
Um,
so. I would agree with that. Yeah. This-
I got some of the comments. The first one says, "You're not the asshole. Not naming your daughter after her 22-year-old aunt would be perfectly reasonable, even if she was a saint in every way. And furthermore, your wife needs to be the one to set her family straight and smooth things over, not you." Uh, um, Another comment here says, name her Rebetter instead of Rebecca. Uh,
do you guys watch Archer at all?
I heard of it. I think I did on Adult
Uh,
Swim.
yeah.
yeah,
Well,
I've seen it.
FX. Yeah. How Cheryl keeps like reinventing her name, renaming herself. Um,
Yeah.
there was one point she started calling herself New Better Cheryl. So name her daughter New Better Rebecca or Rachel or whatever, whatever the sister's name is, just add New Better in front of it. Just replace the sister.
Mhm.
First one didn't turn out well. Maybe we'll get it right this time.
You would
Um,
you would scar your child just out of spite for this.
yeah. Oh, but
Oh
how
my.
pissed off would the sister get over that?
Um, I got one here. It says, "Am I the asshole for not wanting to upgrade my house? I bought a house 11 years ago while I was married, and my ex, I bought a house 11 years ago while I was married to my ex-husband. My ex had owned a house before that, went into foreclosure, and wasn't keen on buying another house. His credit was terrible, so he couldn't even get on the loan and didn't help with the down payment. So I ended up with it in the divorce, and during COVID, made it my sanctuary. My Shangri-La? I don't know what that word is. Uh, my major,
Shangri-La?
huh?
Shangri-La? Maybe.
Shangri-La. That's what it looks like. My Shangri-La, my major accomplishment that made me hold my head high. I learned to tile. I bought a new sink home from Mexico and installed it myself. I covered an ugly cinder block wall with tongue and groove pine. It has been the things that have accomplished, the things have accomplished myself and chipped away at me. So proud of myself. I got remarried to a wonderful man who I have known for 10 years and has been such a cheerleader for me when my now ex husband never seemed to show his thrill for upgrades. So my house was built in 1905 and she is beautiful. Many upgrades, but also old claw foot tub, some old brass faucets, and beautiful detail. A very old toilet with a wooded tank, push button flush at the bottom of the tank, and a copper water holder on the inside. Many wonderful, many wonderful turn century nuggets of wonder. My new husband, however, is a contractor. He prefers new and, in quote, more functional, as he says. I like to spend I like to spend the modest amount of extra money I have on a sauna, fixing the deck, making a bigger garden. It says masking a bigger garden, but making a bigger garden. He wants to upgrade these old novelties. I think these old fixtures are what keep the era of the home and help hold its value. Our three daughters share the bathroom with the clawfoot, and he is always harping on me. I finally blew up and yelled about the fucking worst problems and how grossed out I am that if we have to totally redo the bathroom because our girls can't figure out how to shower curtain, how to use a shower curtain, then it is us that have failed as parents. If you're that lazy or dare to say stupid, what should I do? Give up give up into the thought of getting upgrades? Mind you, the house is mostly upgraded, just with the old charm. Or hold my ground because I think it actually adds value to keep these things. Or maybe it doesn't keep the value. Help me, please, and thanks. No, your house, your rules. Simple. He came into this relationship and you had a house already. That's all you. I mean, personally, no one's going to be able to tell me, oh, you need to change your house just because they have a company that does the thing. No, I like it one way and I get it one way, right? I don't know how you guys feel about that, but I mean, maybe have a conversation about it. But if she says no, the ending decision is hers.
Yeah, I don't know. A lot of the stuff that she was describing really sounds fascinating to me. Um, the clawfoot tubs, I mean, the copper tank, I mean, these are things that, uh, I don't know. Want to say adds value to the house, but it probably doesn't to the general market, but to a particular subset of people, those antiques are worth a lot. And those antiques installed in their original home are worth even more. Um, Turn of the century stuff, most of it really hasn't survived. And if she's got it in good run, like functioning quality, that's that's not something to just brush off and treat like old garbage, you know. They when they made those things, that was back when made in America meant made to last, you know. Um, Sound like the patriot that I am, right? Um, but I mean, it was true. They built things a lot sturdier, a lot higher quality back then. Things these days, like consumer culture, has become disposal culture almost. Is that
Yeah.
the
I would say
yeah,
consumer fetishism.
yeah, that's
I,
that's an interesting way to put it.
Yeah, I was going to say
Um,
that that's an interesting way to put it, Kevin. Um,
yeah, what do you think about the fixtures and like, is there, do
very
you think it
much
would
like to
add
keep them.
value?
bathroom.
Um,
I can
Have
hear you
fun,
there.
Pookie.
hmm,
Um,
uh,
do you think it would add value, or is it,
yes,
yeah,
to that certain market. Yeah. Um, uh, um, I doubt the sauna would. Maybe to a certain market. I've heard that pools and stuff like that can pull away from. But once again, it depends. I don't know. But yeah, that old stuff is really cool and really adds personality to a house. And I would hate to see it go because when I moved into this house, it was it looked like a 1970s house. By that, I mean it had a lot of plaid wood on everything. It was very
earthy autumn colors?
yeah, a lot of that really cool stuff, and now it's all gone. Uh,
Um,
it's too bad to lose that, just that just that really nice anything with that old-time personality, anything with that uniqueness.
Yeah,
what I was thinking was it's the same thing as like this house. I was just like went to the bathroom and like the door handles were different and the on the wall, the thing where the light is, it's all decorated and it just reminds me of like older stuff, like older people. There was an older woman here before uh, I got here. Um, this house is, I just think he could probably redecorate the things that are or clean them up, the things that she already has, these fixtures or whatever, and then do it. But if he just wants to, let's get a new this or let's get a new that, and my total bathroom is going to look like it's never looked before, then that's another something. I'd be like, the most I can compromise would be like, you can fix the things that we already have. Uh, if you can
yeah.
find them new, just like they are, I mean, like the ones I got and all that, I think that'll be a compromise.
Yeah, I can see the point that the contractor guy has too, though. If he's used to, like, this is what raises market value, and I want to give this to you. And that's nice. That's really good, really generous. And, to a lot of people, um, that kind of thing. It's just like a lot of times it's a person's love language, so to speak. They want to do things and help out as a way to show a person that they care about them. So that may be what he's trying to do here, that, he's wants to offer his services, wants to offer what he does as a show of love, and to have that turned off or rejected could feel painful. I think I could see it. I could see it being being seen as a like a distancing, like she's not as into the relationship as he is. He wants to fix things up, and she's like, no, I'm not quite ready to bring you in full time into my house and let you, make you a partner in this enterprise. Um,
They've been married and got 2 kids.
yeah. So yeah,
Mainly, she pointed out the girls' bathroom needs to be changed. Uh,
yeah, and
but
I mean, I'm assuming the kids are young at this point, so
me too.
as they get older, like teenage girls would probably want a more updated bathroom than, turn of the century fixtures. So,
Yeah,
um,
like this house, it still has wallpaper. Um, I mean, in the bathroom, they're decorated with wallpaper. They don't do that a lot these days. Nice
I
paint.
haven't, yeah, I don't remember last time I've seen wallpaper on yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. I never even realized when it had gone away. It just was not there anymore at some point, you know?
Mm,
I I don't know.
yeah, I don't see wallpaper anywhere besides here, and that's when I came here. That's the first time I've seen someone's wallpaper in the bathroom. To be honest, uh, seen it in movies and stuff like that, but this is the first time I actually seen some wallpaper. And it seems like a waste of time, to be honest, but I can see how someone would like a design and be like, I want this on my wall, the whole
I don't
room.
know. It could be a time saver. Depends on how good you are at doing it. There might be some tricks to get it all to line up right, and you just gotta clean off the wall, get the glue up there, and just put it up, roll it up. It
Yeah.
wouldn't necessarily take that much more time than painting, you know.
Hmm.
There's just that extra step. But I mean, the roller that could be putting up the paint has to put up the glue before this extra step. So I guess it is more work, but not too much, I don't think. It could be easy to mess up, though. I can see it becoming a gigantic problem.
Yeah. Old fashioned. One time we were renting a house and the landlord asked me what color paint I wanted. And at first I said black. And then he
Yep.
was like, no, because that's too hard to cover. And then I told him yellow. Then he was like, really? It's like, yeah, you asked. It's just a random color. So when we got there, the house was painted yellow. I mean, my room was painted yellow. My mom was burgundy.
Did you get to like pick the shade of yellow, or was it just
It was
there?
just chosen.
What the kind of shade? What was it?
Then they said, we're going to repaint it and then you guys will move in. So we waited for the repaint and the rooms were yellow and burgundy. Everywhere
Was
else
it
was white.
like canary yellow, like Big Bird?
Yes, that's exactly
Wow,
what they
like
said it was. Canary yellow.
really, really yellow.
Yeah,
I mean, that's pretty cool. I
yeah,
like
real
yellow.
random. It was
Might
going,
be a
oh,
little
let me do
much
yellow.
for me on all of the walls. I'd probably have to put up some pictures, posters and stuff, break up the yellowness.
Um,
Mm.
I got another Am I an Asshole? It says, for lying to my family about how much money I have. For context, I'm a 19-year-old female and I grew up in an extremely poor family with my mom, aunt, and grandma. We are a very small family, and although things have moderately improved, everyone is still lower class. I went to university at 17 and started receiving student loans. My aunt started asking me for loans regularly. While I lived with my mom, I paid around 400 a month for rent and helped out with things like car insurance. I had to move out at 18 due to constant arguing and strains on my mental health. And since then, she has also occasionally been asking for loans. After I moved out, I got a part-time minimum wage job to help with the rent and my car. And while I'm not great at saving, I've been trying to put away small amounts each month with hopes of saving for a deposit on a home. At one point, my mom confessed to me that she had maxed out her credit cards, and I ended up emptying my savings, both helping her and giving my aunt loans of $200+ at a time, some of which I never saw back. After this, I told them I wouldn't be able to help them so much anymore. Except recently, they ended up back in the same situation. I've replenished a good amount of my saving, but after a long talk with my grandma, who has also been giving them loans, she urged me to keep my savings private. So for the last 6 months, I've been giving them smaller amounts, telling them that it's all I can afford. Last week, my aunt was helping me with something on my laptop, and I had left it open, a statement from my savings account. She blew up at me over lying, and when my mom found out, she did the same thing, saying I can afford things like tattoos, the club, and other non-essentials. Then I should be able to help them afford helping them, my family. Neither of them have talked to me for over a week, saying that I've turned my back on my family so they can do the same. I feel so guilty, but I'm so tired of helping them out of every situation that they keep returning to. Am I supposed to never enjoy myself because they can't get out of debt? Am I being selfish? No. You are a 19-year-old person making your own decisions.
Yeah,
I'll be
it's
like, I don't care that you've
critical.
seen my account. Know that you can't get anything.
It's critical at that phase of your life to really learn to set boundaries. And it sounds like her mom and aunt have learned that she's basically an ATM, that she doesn't set boundaries on what they ask. And now that she's started to, they're getting angry. And this classic emotional manipulation tactics to make her feel guilty. But the fact of the matter is, those two are not entitled to any of her money. Like, she worked for it, earned it, period. Anything she gives them is already above and beyond what they deserve from her.
Yeah, because all she did was lower the amount that she was giving them. Still, I'm
Yeah,
giving.
yeah. When her grandma said, don't give them, stop, don't tell them, um, she kept going, but,
Yeah, she kept
I
going,
was
and
kind of
then
surprised about that. I was expecting her to stop after her grandma had said that, but, um, I don't know. Good on grandma. Grandma learned to set those boundaries with her two daughters.
yeah, she
It
tried to help.
sounds like, um,
She
I don't
could be
know.
like, I tried
Boundaries.
to save you.
Yeah. You
I
set up
told
a
you.
budget or something. I want to know what you're spending the money on or something at
Yeah.
least. You know?
And to
If
get
they
bombed
feel
all
if
the
they feel
time.
entitled to peek at her bank account and blow up at her over it, she should get a look at their finances, see where her money is going, see how they're
Yeah,
using all of it.
absolutely.
If they're that angry about it, if they're that far in debt, how are they living otherwise? What is their lifestyle like?
Right.
Are they actually living like they're in debt, or are they kind of keeping their own, maintaining their standard of living, on par with hers, or and then guilt tripping her for having, spending money. Like, I don't know. It seems suspicious. Do they have income on their own? Did they say? Did she
She
say?
said they had no income. I don't even know how they're
Well,
paying rent when she said they don't have any income. Uh,
yeah. So,
yeah, her mother's getting maxing out credit cards, needing help paying them off, and she's
Sounds
paying
like
them
they
off.
need to get jobs.
Yeah,
Like,
she paid. She said twice, I believe. Um, it's time to tell your family get a job.
yeah,
You know,
Can't keep enabling that.
yeah, get get a job, something. Go out there and do for yourself.
yeah. And I mean, I really I hate the trend that is going around of, no contact with family members. A lot of it's a kind of a growing thing on the internet. I've seen people say, just cut off, just, because I feel like family is really important. Even when they're toxic, I think that some degree, it's not good to completely get out, but I think she should get a bit more distance than she currently has. If they're that close that they can hound her daily, guilt trip her that much, um, she needs some distance and, visit them occasionally. Don't give them an environment where they can even have a possibility of peeking at her financial statements. Like
Right. They should.
Grandma sounds pretty wise.
grandma does. Yeah.
Grandma's like straight up. Stop giving them money. Don't
Yeah.
go to less. Just stop.
Yeah. What do the comments say?
Um, one of the comments here says, hold on. It says, I imagine how embarrassed you'd be at their age relying on a 19-year-old to get you by. They should be ashamed. Another comment here says, you're not the asshole. You're 19, not the family bailout fund. You already drained your savings once and they're back in the same mess. That's a pattern which you got to break. Hiding your savings isn't the best thing, but honestly, it's self-defense at this point. Set boundaries, or you'll never get ahead. Straight up. A couple more comments. One says, "You're not the asshole. Financial, economical abuse. Oh. It doesn't matter if they're asking reasonable. You're not responsible for them. In fact, you are starting your life. If anything, they should help you. It's selfish of them to expect help from someone who is merely starting in life." Right. Yeah. They're adults, and if you're just not going to get a job, then there's a problem. And I'd help them with that problem by stop giving them. Uh,
Yeah, that's I mean, kind of almost a complete inversion of the way of like her mother is now dependent on her when she's right in the prime of her life. It doesn't sound like her mother is disabled or unable to work, right? She didn't give
yeah.
any indication that she's, yeah. So
Mom
good
is
job.
maxing out credit cards. She is a problem.
Yeah. Oh, she's,
She did it twice.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, you're never gonna get anywhere if you're helping them in that manner.
And
No, we'll
yeah.
stop. Get it straight up. Be like, Mom, it's over. This is the last amount of money I'm giving you. Yeah,
Yeah. Mom will blow up.
you're
She'll
not in the
get
budget.
emotional, guilt trip. It'll be ugly.
You're like,
So,
Mom, you're
I
not in the
mean,
budget.
some distance after that, I think, would be necessary. Get away, but, you know, um, yeah, Oh,
I got a,
yeah.
I got a good one here. It says, "Am I the asshole for refusing to pay rent to my parents since moving back home?" I won't say anything yet. I'm a 23-year-old female, had to move back in with my family after graduating university last summer. During school, my parents would help me out with rent and groceries if I really needed it, but for the most part, I would work and save money during the summer break. Reading week and holidays. As for tuition, I was grateful to be offered a grant that covers most of it, but I had made a deal with my parents to have them cover the rest. I started working my first job as soon as I turned 15, and the deal was that I would give my parents 80% of the money I earned from each paycheck in exchange for them promising to help me out with my tuition when I get to university. They held on to their promise, and I am extremely grateful for that. Recently, however, my parents are claiming that my brother and I need to start contributing financially if we are going to continue living in their house. My brother is older than me, 26 years old, and I absolutely terrible with money. He owes me a total of 4,000 and owes my dad a few thousand as well. I believe my parents are just upset at my brother and I'm collateral damage. I made it clear to my parents that if truly they want me to start paying them rent, then I'm willing to do so only after I turn 26. I am, but I am willing to do so only after I turn 26. If I'm still living with them at that point, and only after they charge my brother rent up until the point where I turn his age. Because my brother is 3 years older than me, I told my parents that he has basically got to live at home rent free for 3 extra years, which is unfair to me. My parents responded saying that they are going to start charging me rent. It is only fair that this new rule applies to everyone. Am I the asshole? Some further context, I have mentioned to my parents that if they start charging me rent, then I would prefer to live elsewhere. I'd be paying anyways, but they are extremely traditional and against that idea. They allowed me to move out for school, but they said their culture is against women moving out of their families' homes until they get married. I also contribute to household groceries, which my brother never does, as well as cleaning every single day, something he also doesn't do. I also contribute gas money as well, all while my mom still packs my brother's lunches for him for work and cooks him his breakfast and dinners. Am I the asshole? Mm, 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 mm. Mm,
That's a complicated situation there.
yeah. Mm. I.
I don't understand the 26 number.
She's like, this person
Is
basically
she,
got to stay here longer for free.
oh, is that 26 because her brother is 26 and he's been
Yeah.
living rent free there?
She's like, I should start
Okay.
paying rent when I'm 26, and he should start now, basically.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. There
Uh,
is a bit of unfairness there, but it also is kind of a little immature if her parents want help with the bills. They don't have to provide a home for her. But then if they don't allow her to move out, which allow, it's like what, you
that's what I
know,
was thinking.
she's an adult. She should move out if she is not wanting to pay rent to her parents. If they don't want her to move out, then they should provide living arrangements for her. Like, why? Why?
Yeah. I can't move out. I have to live with you, but you're going to charge me. Yeah, that part
But
I'd be
not
like,
your
no, because
brother,
I don't want to be
right?
here.
I mean, it sounds like, I don't know, if they're, I don't know.
Are the parents in any
Uh,
economic difficulty? I
it
mean,
doesn't sound like it. The sister, the girl said that the brother owes her $2,000 and also owes her father thousands of dollars, or maybe a
So they
thousand.
just got this money written down on a tab, like you owe us a
Sounds
thousand
like
bucks.
it. Yeah, sounds like he's just got a running tab with it's like a repeat. This deja vu, didn't we just go through this?
Mm-hmm.
Is her brother, is there another branch of the same family or something?
The
Um,
families fight over money a lot.
yeah,
That's oh,
but
that's really
I don't know. The culture word that threw me off there. That seems like a key. If their culture doesn't allow women to move out before they're married, I mean, it sounds like Islam. It sounds like a Muslim culture, which does heavily favor the sons, the firstborn sons in particular.
Yeah, because the
Uh,
mom sounds like a housewife for the son. She's making his breakfast when he goes
yeah,
to work,
uh
dinners. Uh,
yeah. And the son's got a lot more from the father than uh the
yeah,
daughter has. I mean, if she doesn't get to choose where she lives, when she can move out, how much of her own money she can keep, she gotta escape. I don't know.
run.
If it's
I
cultural, then that's a toxic culture.
And
Um,
it actually is not considered running away when you're an adult. So,
well, in Islam, it is. If you're a
well,
woman and you're not married and you leave your family, um, yeah, and women
Islam
are
sounds
only
rough.
worth half as much as a man is in the law. Like their vote, their opinion, everything is the inheritance from uh you know um
yeah,
yeah,
I
everything
don't
is half
know.
as much. So
Yeah, I don't know. They can just up and get an apartment like that. I think they need a
Well, she also said, if I got to pay rent, I might as well pay rent and have my own shit. You feel me? Uh,
yeah, if she
so,
can do it, if she can get it, if it's a culture thing and she's in America and it's just her family, that's the culture, then I would say move out and get away from that culture and get a start on your life away from that, and then try to reconnect with the family after they've had a bit of time to settle down.
right. Come see
Um,
my place. Invite him to dinner.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it might take a few years for them to get over it, but I don't know. But if when she says culture, it's like she's over in a Middle Eastern nation and that's the culture, then she probably wouldn't
Actually,
even be able to get an apartment on her own.
um, it
and what
sounds like
reference did she
she might be in not here because she said I went to university and I gave my mom um 80% of my check to put away before I go to college. And she said, and they said they'll pay for it if I give them. And she started at 15. So, yeah.
so I mean, were they gonna give that money back at some point?
I think they were using that to pay for the school.
Yeah,
Basically,
it
she's paying
sounds
for her
like
own
they
college.
started an education fund for her and maybe
Okay.
contributed on their own too, but she was expected to contribute,
Well,
which
I think it's good
sounds like
to
a great
set.
idea.
Yeah,
But
it's not awful. I mean, but it's good to set, standards for your kids. I think, if guidelines. We expect you to be independent at a certain point. It's
Yeah.
not terrible. It's not the worst thing in the world. But if you're gonna just take their money and you don't need it, I think.
And doing it unfairly with both siblings living under the same roof and only taking the money from one, that's kind of that's where I start to fail at words. Like that is
Yeah, I understand her. It's like he's been here and he's 26. Why don't I get to start when I'm 26? And it might be they might have come into some problems that they didn't have when he was 23. It might be that something that they're not speaking about.
yeah,
But when she said
they might
pay
be
for my university, that sounds like somewhere not here. We just say college. Um, yeah. So if it is, and she's practicing Islam, and yeah, it might be somewhere else, which is a big difference from how they treat the culture there and here. Yeah. Run away.
yeah,
But the first
escape.
comment here says, come again?
I was just saying, yeah, escape.
Yeah. Escape Islam. Leave forever. Well, if you have the means, I don't know why not. But the first comment here says, just want to point out that your parents are trying to have it both ways. In your culture as a woman, they said you should not move out until you're married. Well, guess what? I bet in the same culture, they are traditionally not supposed to be charging you rent. Hmm.
Hmm.
That I don't know, but that's a good thing. Yeah. There's another comment here that said traditional parents who don't want their daughters to live alone without marriage do not charge them rent. I know, I know that for a fact. Okay. I don't know if they know that for a fact, but it sounds good. Um, Another one says, not the asshole. Don't know why people are ignoring the fact that the rule is being enforced unevenly with the brother paying nothing for 3 years and continuing to pay nothing. Why should you have to follow that rule? Is only being applied to them. Yeah. Rebellion has come. Yeah, I believe. I'm not a woman though, so I don't know how hard it is. And then being in other countries, it probably could be even harder. Mark, am I the asshole? I'm just kidding. Uh, a different one here says, "Oh wow, um, am I the asshole for ignoring our friend on our trip to Mexico?" Uh, Last year around this time, my friends and I planned a trip to Cancun's Dream Nature Resort and Spa. We all wanted to drink, eat, dance, and relax on the beach. No kids. I'm the only one without kids, so I was really looking forward to spending time with just friends to unwind. Every other trip before this was planned with the kids, but this time there would be no early bedtimes, no crying, and no screaming, and no sand in our drinks because kids think it's funny to throw sand. 1 week before the trip, one of our friends said she's bringing her 10-year-old. This woman can never tell the kid no. We had all warned her beforehand that if this happens, we weren't going to charge anything. Oh, change anything. To say I was annoyed was an understatement. LOL. But I sucked it up. I still had two friends who were going child free and had no intention of and changing my plans. My two other friends and I drank. We ate amazing food. We danced all night and spent all the day at the beach. The friend with the kid expressed her frustration about the rest of us doing what we wanted and she couldn't. My response was pretty much, well, that sucks, but we're not going to change the entire point of this trip just because of your inability to tell your kid no. We invited her to do what we were doing multiple times, but her response was always, I can't, my kid wants to go. So there was definitely tension between the three of us and her the entire trip. When we were making our long, when we were making our long way back home, all three of us got a really nasty message from her fiance calling us bad friends, and how dare we not revolve our entire trip around her and their kid. That she had a terrible time, and it was our fault. I was like, pardon? That was pretty much the last straw for me. Now I never tell my friends how to parent their children, but their daughter is so nasty. She is so spoiled, and like I've stated earlier, I've never been told, oh, the child has never been told no. So you can understand how entitled this child is. My other friends are not a lot more reasonable. Oh, my other friends are a lot more reasonable when it comes to their children. Their children are polite, have general understanding about their boundaries, and they behave really well for 8 to 10 year olds. My textbook to him was pretty much, we made these plans a year in advance, expecting us to be fine with the fact that you guys dropped it on us that your child was coming a week before we were leaving, and then expected us to change everything to cancel all of our plans because you guys can't tell your kid no. It's not fair at all. This is a you problem, not ours. I'd understand if something came up and she had no choice, but to bring her kid, shit happens, people cancel. But that was not the case. Her fiance was home the entire time. Her grandmother was looking forward to watching her granddaughter, but the kid freaked out about nothing being allowed. Oh, about not being allowed to go on the trip, and they couldn't tell her no. Now, her and her fiance are super pissed at me. Were we wrong? Oh, were we in the wrong here? No. Their child is not your responsibility, and if you plan that in advance, you cannot change your plans because that person's plans change. She could obviously tell this kid no and leave them with the father or the grandma as planned. Um, cannot be a pushover and let your children boss you around like that. They have to go to Mexico because you're going to Mexico? No, absolutely not.
Yeah, that I don't know. I don't like the a lot of the like free range parenting or whatever is some on social media. Like, I let my children learn about things naturally, and don't tell them no. Let them figure it out for themselves or whatever. That uh some influencers had been doing a while ago. I don't know if it's still much of a thing. It's probably still a thing, but yeah, like kids need boundaries, and um, sound like I feel like deja vu. Didn't we just say this too? Didn't we
Uh,
just have a deja vu too? Yeah, it's like
I'm
double
similar.
deja. Yeah, but the kids need boundaries. These like terrorizing the yeah, terror children like that should you know be better disciplined, should be better behaved. But moreover, if you're doing a trip to Cancun to go drinking and dancing and whatever, regardless of how polite and well behaved the children are, that's not really a good idea to be bringing them along on that sort of excursion, you know? And uh, when when you guys go out and party and whatnot, and they're stuck with their children, doing whatever, um, trying to guilt trip you, I don't think that's, yeah, I say not the asshole. They um, shouldn't be obligated to sit around,
changed
watching.
the whole reason, basically changed what we're doing on the trip because your kid came.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't agree with that.
That was
No.
schedule another like mommy outing for her when she makes some other mommy friends or something. But it sounds like she's stuck at that like transition over from uh uh what is it? Not transit, was it? Wow, I don't know where I was going with that. I give up.
So I think I heard most of this. So the woman brought her kid on vacation, and it was okay. All right, and yeah, I mean, she has to either be able to separate from her kid because it sounds like I've seen a lot of attached mothers. I mean, yeah, yeah, they're definitely not the asshole in this situation. And I don't know if this mother didn't want to leave her kid at home or
The kid didn't want to stay at home. The kid was throwing a tantrum, is what it sounds like.
yeah. Okay.
Kid was running the show. Um, yeah, and she was basically like, "Oh, the kid has to." The kid was mad because they couldn't go on the trip. Yeah, 10-year-old. No, you can't be a pushover. Your child will take advantage if you allow them.
They will.
I know from experience because my children don't take advantage of me. Uh, but there are some comments here, and it says, "You're not the asshole, so the whole family is entitled. How charming. Your message was honestly very tame, and I would have dragged the whole family if I was responding. Also, I would very much distance myself from that friend as much as possible, but that's me. I'm quick to cut people out of my life when they are disrespectful. Not only does your friend not respect you and the rest of the friend group, but she doesn't respect herself or her child. That child should be that child is very spoiled, entitled, and isolated as they grow up." Hmm. Another comment here says, "No, you weren't wrong. Perhaps the reason she can't tell her child no is because she didn't get told no herself as a child. You warned her, you explained to her calmly beforehand. She thought you would cave. It didn't happen, and she had to deal with her choices. You're not the asshole for that." Yeah, he brought the kid.
Got
Planned it a
a
year
lot of
earlier.
Freudians here, a lot of psychologists commenting. Yeah.
Or another comment says, "You should have booked the adults only resort." Yeah,
Yeah, that's the way to do it. If you want to go clubbing and don't want to get hassled about, you know, doing adult stuff,
right.
Yeah.
don't don't go to the, family friendly resort.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're
Oh
basically
yeah.
just like my trip is based around what you want to do now and what your kid agrees they should be doing with us. No, it's not cheap to go on these trips and then
Yeah.
to change it from what's a year ahead of, like they said, we planned a year ahead of time to change it then, and then the father to even allow this, the child disagreeing that they should go out of town. No, this is the father and the mother just allowing the child to do whatever. Uh, mm. Kids these days.
Yeah.
Kevin, any thoughts on that?
Kids or the parents?
Both. Why not? So let's hear
Yeah.
your thoughts.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think it would be kids are only going to be as uh, kids are they're
the
the
assholes.
seed. They got to be harnessed and raised by the parents.
The child is, for lack of a better word, the asshole in this situation. The child is bullying their own parent, and it should stay there. Bully your own parent, and it shouldn't have to fall on us. Yeah.
I don't know. The parent shouldn't be able to be bullied by the child. That is an entire like a complete inversion of the way that relationship should be.
Right.
That's going to be a very, very unhealthy child in the like when they get older, when they grow up, not having these sorts of, restrictions put around them or, even just an example set for them, a model of a responsible adult who makes good decisions, like not bringing your kid on a vacation with, you know, friends who don't want to do all this, um, it sounds extremely selfish for the parent to be scheduling the trip with the kid like this and not, oh, I don't know. The whole,
That would
yeah,
actually,
I don't know. I don't think that the kid is necessarily the asshole. I still think that the parents are
when I was
the
kidding.
assholes for just allowing themselves to be bullied by the kid. It's not the kid's fault that he's l- getting away with this stuff. The kid, like the parents, have let
Right.
him get away with it for how long? I mean, his whole life at this point,
Yeah, I was
probably.
gonna say the kid's 10, so if this kid is still like doing this, they probably been doing this for a while.
Probably will never
We'll never
learn.
know.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
A person needs to be told no every so often in their life. Boundaries, once again, you
Yeah.
know.
um, I got another one here, and it's actually pretty interesting. Uh, it says, "Am I the asshole for telling my brother-in-law he needs to stop helping his friend with a neurodegenerative disease? My younger sister is 7 months pregnant with their child. It's been a very difficult pregnancy, but she's handling it the best she can. Her and her husband also have two toddlers. Recently, my brother-in-law's best friend recently entered the late stage of neurodegenerative disease. He's been battling for years now, but it progressed significantly where he now needs intensive care. Best friend is a big guy, over 6 feet, and so his wife reached out to my brother-in-law for help with the physical demands with the nurses when the nurses aren't around. The problem is that my brother-in-law will be gone for 2 weeks at a time. I think the most was 3 weeks to stay at his friend's place, leaving my sister completely alone. Mind you, she's heavily pregnant and juggling two toddlers. They have no family nearby since their family relocated to a different country for brother in law's work. My sister called me the other night in tears and told me how overwhelmed she's been. One of the toddlers is sick. She hasn't been able to sleep all night, down with aches everywhere and severe nausea, and brother-in-law hasn't come home since last week. Admittedly, my anger got the better of me because I called him and basically went off on him that his wife was drowning and she needed to leave his friend. No, that he needs to leave his friend, come home and figure out his shit because he seems to have forgotten he has his own family. I said his friend has a wife, hired nurses, and a support system. My sister is literally on her own. Snapped back at me, asking me what was wrong with me and how dare tell him to abandon his friend. I said nobody is asking you to disappear from your friend's life. There's a middle ground between that and leaving your pregnant wife alone for weeks with two toddlers. He hung up on me, and later that night, my sister and him had a pretty bad fight. Now his parents, who have known the brother in law best friend for ages, are furious at my sister. My sister saying she's weak and selfish for not being understanding, and she's already gone through 2 pregnancies, so why can't she deal with this? And they're even more pissed at me for instigating this in the first place. Am I the asshole in this situation? No, I do not agree. Um, yeah, kids are so hard to manage just as children. Not hard to manage. I mean, but to have 2 other kids and be pregnant, that's the hassle. Uh, that's asking a lot of a person to be gone like that for your friend. I fully understand that this is for your friend, not a family member or anyone close. Not even a neighbor would be better. So you can just walk over there. But is this person wrong or the asshole not wrong?
If I'm gonna be honest, I'm starting to get to a point where I'm having trouble focusing, and
Yeah.
I zoned out halfway through that, and I don't know, I don't remember the whole story, but I trust you, Pookie, enough to say I agree with you. No.
Gotcha.
I just think, yeah, I kind of zoned out too. I'm kind of getting a little weak here, but um,
All right, I'm sure the audience hears us. Everybody out there
I,
watching, press that
all I knew
thumbs up button.
that was kind of dark, wasn't it? I thought we were going to be dealing with like, am I an asshole for not tipping or something, you know?
Yeah, some of these went a little deep. Not that I mind, it's been interesting to kind
Oh,
of
yeah,
ponder these things. I don't deal with these sorts of issues in my daily life, so it's
Me either.
interesting. A whole side of humanity that I have never dealt with. So it's been interesting. It's really cool. But yeah,
Um,
I don't know. Maybe we should try to do we want to find something lighter for next time or keep
yeah.
dealing with darkness and arguments
we
and
can find
I don't
something
know.
next time. I went randomly. I just go off the description and not what it says. I don't read it.
Mm,
You don't read it. I mean, if I don't read it, then I'm just as excited when I read it with you guys. And I'm like, oh shit. Not just trying to get you guys input on something I already read.
Yeah. Well, I've got a couple of those articles that I had picked out like are kind of interrelated, you know, connecting nuclear power stuff, and I think that's pretty exciting. So maybe we could talk a bit more about nuclear next time,
Yeah,
and
toaster
then
and
find
answer would be
something. We'll
great
do
as well.
something light at the end. But I got an idea of how these things could kind of go together. You know, new plants, uranium harvesting, um, old plants, safety. Um, lots of interesting stuff that we can touch on.
Organ
Um,
harvesting is one of the topics I wanted to touch on.
organ harvesting, yeah.
Yeah, like hunting people
That
down.
yeah, that that trope of like waking up in a bathtub full of ice with a, you know, go to a hospital, you know, you're missing a kidney or something. I feel like I've seen that in a couple of
yeah,
like
yeah, I've
dark
seen that too.
cartoons or something. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I once told someone that I was an organ donor, and he went off on this whole rant about how people who know who's on the organ donor list, they're going to come find me and get those organs early before the government gets them and all that stuff. And I just listened to him, let him rant his whole time, and I was like, "Damn, is that true?" And he was like serious. He acted like he had facts on these subjects, and I was just like, "All right then." I guess they'll come find me and take my I forgot what I'm donating when I die. I'm an organ donor. I forgot what in
I
particular.
mean, if you're an organ donor, I think they'll just look at whatever they can pick out of what's left
Huh.
after you shed this mortal coil. Corneas are common, I think. Heart,
You
probably
could
not
donate a
my
cornea.
lungs. My lungs are
My lungs aren't
poorly
good.
poorly used.
I'm smoking a
But
vape, and it's almost over on the way that it
liver,
spits me after the.
kidneys.
I think they're more likely to steal your wallet than steal your organs.
Bone marrow. Um,
It's good too.
that's a big thing.
How much could you sell an arm for?
An arm?
How much
How,
would you sell your arm for?
which arm?
Your dominant arm.
Oh, that would have to be a high price. Um,
They make good bionic stuff nowadays, but
yeah. If I could, oh man, I wonder if I could sell my arm to Elon Musk to chop off and test a completely robotic arm, like connected to an like implant something or whatever. That would be, that would be an interesting. How much would Elon Musk have to pay me to test a robotic arm on my dominant arm?
He'd probably do it
Right.
too.
If I could still, I mean, because then at least there's a chance that I'd still get it back, right? If it fails, then I've got the money as a consolation prize. But if it works, then I've got the fancy new robotic arm.
And money.
And then once you've got the arm, what about adding extra fancy features to it? You could be the first like transhuman cyborg in the
One with a
world.
magnet, and you're
Add
like,
like add like um an extendo thing, reach across the room, just sitting
Inspector
here to go
Gadget.
grab something. Yeah, right? It's that.
Inspector Gadget.
That was the vision of the future that I grew up thinking about.
Everybody give
Um,
us a thumbs up.
yeah,
Yeah, man.
I gotta think about how much I'll sell my arm for. We'll come back to that. I'll tell you next Wednesday, anybody who's interested, how much I think my arm is worth.
I'm worth a lot. Well, maybe not.
Uh,
My
worth to
blood,
me.
my
Yeah,
blood has epilepsy medication in it. They don't want this stuff.
yeah,
Really, when you go to donate blood, they
yeah,
ask like, "What are you taking meds for? What are you taking, and for what?" I'm
yeah. And
like, "No, I apply."
yeah, they don't like this.
Oh yeah,
So
that's in your blood.
yeah, yeah. I'm dirty. Not dirty blood like it used to mean back in the 90s, but you um,
Gotcha. Um, I'll say thanks to everybody out there watching, and we will catch you guys next time. This is next Wednesday.